Chapter 45-44. Screech. Seeing Shui Ben and Old Devil Mosquito's original bodies being invaded by the powerful godly souls of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, Yixian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He raised his head and let out a screech. He was about to flee. Although the two old men's realms had dropped, they were still powerful beings of the primordial era, even though they were only left with godly souls. They were also at level 6 of the primordial era, only one step away from becoming a late-stage powerful being. Although Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's original body had also become a powerful being of the primordial era, he was only at the initial stage of the primordial era. He was definitely no match for the human elder's godly soul. As for Shui Ben, his strength was only at the emperor level. Compared to the ancient fierce mosquito, he was even less than an ant. Yixian was no match for these two old men. Even if he used all his skills, he would never be able to defeat a level 6 powerful being of the primordial era. Besides, these two old men had lived from the primordial era to the present. How could they not have powerful godly powers and secret techniques? However, he couldn't care less at this moment. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he had to rush forward. A real man had his reasons. If he considered the consequences of everything, what was the point of living? Mosquito Butcher's original body was fine, but Yixian couldn't just ignore Shui Ben. When he took Shui Ben away from the fierce mosquito planet, Yixian had promised Mad Mosquito Emperor that he would protect Shui Ben. Even if he didn't consider how to explain this to Mad Mosquito Emperor, if something really happened to Shui Ben, he couldn't even get past his own conscience. At this moment, Yixian was on the verge of going crazy. He pushed the vital essence in his body to the limit, and blood dripped from the corners of his eyes. He shot forward like a madman. At this moment, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on the left side of his chest. This was the sign that the headless infant was about to make a move. Perhaps he hadn't planned to make a move, but now he felt Yixian's madness and had no choice but to change his mind. Almost at the same time, two blood-red lights smaller than fireflies shot out from the left side of Yixian's chest and shot forward at high speed. To be more precise, these two almost imperceptible dots of light actually shot out from the corpse lantern tattoo on Yixian's chest. This was the power of the headless infant corpse. It looked insignificant and weak, but even Yixian did not dare to underestimate its power. At this moment, his frenzied emotions finally calmed down a little, and the expression on his face eased slightly. This was because he knew that Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher and Shui Ben should be fine. He dared not say that they could escape this calamity of possession, but at least they could protect their own lives. There was absolutely no problem. If Xingbo or Primeval Heaven's Eye were still here, Yixian might still be worried. However, these three people and one beast were definitely no match for the headless infant corpse, not to mention that their cultivation had dropped by a large realm. Even if they did not, they still had peak battle strength. The two weak dots of light shot out at an unimaginably fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they drilled into the glabellas of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Between the glabellas was the sea of consciousness of the spirit. Possession would involve a battle of the spirit, and it would take place in the sea of consciousness. There was no doubt that these two dots of light had drilled into the sea of consciousness of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher respectively. Poof! This aura, it's him! Almost in the next moment, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher spat out blood arrows at the same time. They turned to look at Yixian, their eyes filled with endless horror. They were not afraid of Yixian, but the headless infant corpse. Obviously, they had already captured the aura of the headless infant corpse in the faint blood light that drilled into their glabellas. That was why they were so shocked. Just by relying on a faint blood light, they could instantly determine the identity of the headless infant corpse. It was enough to prove that the two of them were extremely familiar with the headless infant corpse. Perhaps they had even dealt with it in the past. It was unknown. Boom. Boom. Rip. Hiss. Almost in the next moment, there was a rumbling thunder in the distance, followed by a crisp sound of tearing silk. Two cracks were torn open in the void. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who were extremely shocked, turned into two rays of light and rushed in without looking back. Among them, in less than half a breath of time, The two spatial rifts were quickly mended by the power of the Hongmeng Void. After all, they weren't big to begin with, only half a foot wide, so mending them was naturally much faster. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression changed again, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Before escaping at the last moment, the voices that came from Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's mouths were clearly different from before. It was not the voices of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butchers at all, but the voices of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito. This meant that the two of them had won the battle for the divine soul. In other words, the possession was successful. This result was completely unacceptable to Yi Xian. The headless infant corpse had already been used, but it still could not turn the situation around. This psychological gap caught him off guard. At this moment, Yi Xian's left chest burned again. This time, a message entered his mind. It was from the headless infant corpse. Seeing this message, Yi Xian's heart finally settled down, but his expression was still gloomy, and he looked extremely worried. The infant corpse did have the strength to kill the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, but the situation just now was different. The two old guys were both in their divine soul state, and had already entered the sea of consciousness of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. If the headless infant corpse directly attacked, although the two old guys would definitely die, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body would not be able to survive and would be destroyed in body and soul with them. For fear of harming the innocent, the headless infant corpse could not even trap them before they escaped. After all, everything had happened too quickly. Faced with this situation, he could only take a step back and protect the divine souls of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body first. The two weak bloodlights that had shot out just now were not for attacking, but for protection. After they entered the sea of consciousness of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body, they instantly wrapped around their divine souls and protected them. Although the bloodlights seemed very weak, the headless infant corpse's level was there. With the strength of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, it was impossible for them to break through. In other words, although Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body had been seized and their entire bodies had fallen into the control of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, the possession of these two old guys had not succeeded. This was because the divine souls of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher were still in their sea of consciousness and were protected. One day, as long as Yi Xian found them and tried to trap them, the headless infant corpse would have enough time to attack and protect Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Chapter 45-45. The two of them can leave, but the two of you must stay. Yi Xian immediately turned his head to look at the souls of the other two middle-aged men as soon as the human elder and the desolate ancient mosquito fled. His expression was incomparably gloomy, and his voice was filled with a dense baleful intent. This time, his anger had really been provoked. Must only by killing someone would he be able to calm down a little? Li. Before these two fellows self-destructed their bodies, they were at the level of a late-stage primordial universe supreme. Now, after self-destructing their bodies, their power had dropped by a whole realm. Although, he was still stronger than Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian used the Blood Sea secret technique and the power of his clones to split into three Universe Supremes, who were comparable to fourth-stage Universe Supremes, were still far from being a match for two late-stage Supremes at the 7th and 8th stage. But in reality, as Yi Xian turned his head with an unfriendly gaze, the divine souls of the two that were originally shooting towards Yi Xian seemed to have seen a ghost in an instant. Their mouths emitted a mournful howl as they quickly retreated. Like the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, they were not afraid of Yi Xian. Instead, they were afraid of the headless infant body. Although, the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito did not call out the headless infant body's name, but these fellows had been together for a long time. Just from the reaction of the human elder and the ancient fierce mosquito, the two middle-aged men could guess the headless infant body's name. Unfortunately, they were only late-stage Universe Supremes, so there was no chance for them to escape from the headless infant corpse. Not even the slightest chance. Xiao! You can't run away. Surrender obediently, and you can still live. Who? As Yi Xian made his move, a beam of 9-colored light shot out. It was so fast that it was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, It was in front of the two men. Immediately afterward, under the violent wind, this seemingly weak nine-color light suddenly soared in the wind. In less than half a breath, it had turned into a vast nine-color sea of fire, enveloping the souls of the two in it. All the paths around them were sealed by the sea of fire. Dante speaking of universe supremes, even the primordial great beings did not dare to touch the nine-colored sea of fire. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Xian's current strength was still too weak and was only at the early stage of the universe supreme realm, the power of this nine-colored sea of flames would be even more terrifying in his hands. He could also temporarily trap the primordial era supreme beings. Almost at the same moment when their bodies were trapped by the boundless nine-colored sea of fire, a blood-red light shield appeared in the godly souls of the two men. It resisted the power of the nine-colored sea of fire and protected their godly souls. However, although the two men were safe for the time being, they were still trapped in the nine-colored sea of fire. There was no way to escape. In the end, they would most likely die here. Yi Xian was very certain of this. Seeing that the two of them were trapped by the nine-colored sea of flames, his heart, which was originally in his throat, instantly returned to normal. With a flash of his body, the three blood sea clones instantly entered the nine-colored sea of flames and surrounded the two light barriers within the sea of flames. Shenong nine-colored flame? This is impossible. How could it be in your hands? Your body has the aura of the system. You can only be a human. Where did the Devil 8 bloodline come from? Not only did you form 3 Devil 8 bodies, but you also mastered the Blood Sea secret technique. At this moment, as Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea bodies approached, the two middle-aged men in the two light shields seemed to have sensed something in an instant. Their expressions changed dramatically, and they rebuked him harshly. The suspicion on their faces was so thick that it couldn't be dissipated. It was obvious that they had all sorts of doubts about Yi Xian's identity and background. They didn't understand why everything they saw just now would be gathered on Yi Xian. All of this was originally unrelated to each other. Don't you understand the situation? Now, only I'm asking you. You are not qualified to rebuke me. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Among the 3 Blood Sea bodies, the violent ape body and the black fog body remained motionless. However, the hideous skeleton body raised its left arm at this moment. A weak low buzzing sound rang out. On the skeleton body's left arm, a hideous energy bow rapidly condensed. The shape of the bow was rather ancient and mysterious. The bow body was made up of 3 parts. In the middle of the bow body was a 2-headed monster. Its wide open mouths were facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow body were 2 bowed humanoid creatures. The 2-headed monster's wide open mouths swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' legs and a part of their calves. The ends of the bow were connected to their painfully raised heads. Their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were at the sides of their mouths, as if they were howling. Their expressions were inexplicably strange. A bowstring that was clearly made up of countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures. Then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. At this moment, the skeleton body's eyes also emitted a strange golden brilliance. He reached out his right hand and directly pinched the energy arrow on the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand. He slowly pulled the bowstring. The buzzing sound of energy vibrating to the extreme suddenly rang out. At this moment, even the surrounding void seemed to have an invisible wave. It was as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already caused the void to tremble. Whoosh! In the next moment, an extremely sharp sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The next moment, the skeleton body directly let go of the golden energy arrow in his right hand. The energy arrow that had already been filled with the power of the bowstring instantly shot out. The void instantly broke open. As the golden arrow burst out, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind it. Almost at the same time, the golden arrow whistled out at an extremely fast speed, as if directly ignoring the distance of space, and instantly arrived in front of 100,000 feet light shield. Destroy! It directly pierced through and rushed into the light shield as if it was rotten wood. Fallen sky bow? This is impossible. Screech. As the light barrier was instantly penetrated, the expression of the middle-aged man who was protected within it changed. After crying out involuntarily, he raised his head and let out an incomparably shrill and ruthless howl. His voice revealed a wisp of endless despair. This was the bloodline ability of the supreme great being, desolate ancient Xianxia. Originally, the inheritance should have been lost, but now, in the hands of a human, it had reappeared. Desolate ancient Xianxia. Back in the incomparable battle of the primordial ages long ago, this bloodline ability had been used to shoot the heaven's eye with the bow. Even the primeval heaven's eye was incomparably fearful of this bloodline ability. Even though Yi Xian's current cultivation level was still weak, he was at least a universe supreme on the same level as his opponent. It was only natural that he would be able to use such a powerful ultimate technique to kill this late-stage human, Hong. Chapter 45-46. Boom! Before the middle-aged man's voice died away, the golden arrow of the fallen sky bow had already hit his soul body. An earth-shattering boom was heard, and his soul body instantly turned into a rain of light and dissipated. It was just an arrow, but a late-stage 8th Order Universe Supreme was completely killed, while his godly soul was completely destroyed, and not even a trace of his soul was left behind. This was the effect that Xian wanted. With his current cultivation level, even if he could form Bloody Sea Body, which was comparable to a 4th stage Supreme Master, he could only rely on the power of 9-colored flame sea to trap and seal these 2 Universe Supremes at the later stage. But this matter couldn't be delayed for too long. The change in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land this time was too big, and it was hard to say whether the powerful beings of the ancient times or even the supreme masters of the ancient times in the surrounding forbidden lands would come to see what was going on. More besides, although Xingbo had entered the Milky Way star field, the primeval heaven's eye was still in the chaos void, and no one could be sure whether it would suddenly turn around and kill them. After all, 2 powerful beings of the ancient times had already escaped, and they might have a secret method to contact the primeval heaven's eye. So, Xian was left with no choice. He had to get rid of these 2 guys as soon as possible. Yi Xian didn't have much time. More importantly, he wanted to get all the information about Xingbo, the primeval heaven's eye, and the Milky Way star field from these 2 middle-aged humans. Originally, all of this could be done easily by the headless baby corpse. But ever since the 2 faint blood-red lights shot out, the corpse lamp tattoo on Yi Xian's chest fell silent again. No matter how he called, there was no response. Yi Xian couldn't even be sure whether the headless baby corpse had really fallen into a deep sleep or if it was doing it on purpose. It didn't want Yi Xian to prematurely learn some of the ancient secrets of the past and the present through these 2 middle-aged humans. In the face of all this, and time was extremely tight, so he could only rely on himself. Sure, choosing the fallen sky bow to kill one of the middle-aged humans in a flash was the purpose of intimidating the other one. Here at this moment, after the fallen sky bow had succeeded in killing that late-stage supreme being at the 8th level, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He turned his head and looked at the middle-aged human who was at the 7th level of the universe supreme in the other light shield. Language's voice was extremely cold as he warned, "I don't have much patience left. I'll give you 10 breaths. Surrender immediately and tell me everything you know with your divine sense. Then I'll guarantee your safety for the time being. It seems that you don't know much." As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a smile instantly appeared on the face of the middle-aged man within the light barrier. "This sovereign is very strange, you and him. What kind of relationship do you have right now? Since even he didn't tell you all of this, it's absolutely impossible for you to learn about it from me. The new primordial era is about to begin. Everything in the past will return to dust. If you can't enter it, you'll just turn into nothingness. What does it matter if it's a little earlier or later? However, if he succeeds, even if we fall now, when the new primordial era begins, we can still return. So your threat is useless against me." Pang! As soon as he finished speaking, before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the middle-aged human's soul completely exploded. Just like the middle-aged human from before, it transformed into a resplendent rain of light, specks of stars, and then dissipated, self-destruct. But and it was a godly soul explosion. This result was no different from having one's body and soul destroyed. This middle-aged human also didn't leave behind a single strand of his soul. Even if Yi Xian wanted to capture a strand of his soul and search it to obtain some secret information, it was impossible. Yi Xian subconsciously opened his mouth wide as he stared blankly at the specks of light that were rapidly dissipating. His face was filled with a dumbfounded expression, as if he'd just been struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that the final result would be like this. This middle-aged human actually didn't hesitate to self-destruct his godly soul and end up with his body and soul destroyed. He was unwilling to be captured and revealed all the secrets he knew. Again, or, as he said just now, as long as he had entered the star field of the Milky Way, he could infiltrate the mother planet and obtain the thing he was looking for. When the new primordial era fully begins in the future, he and the other middle-aged human who was blown up by Yi Xian's arrow just now could still return in the new primordial era as if they had been reborn. What is the truth behind all of this? He didn't even hesitate to self-destruct his godly soul and wasn't willing to reveal the slightest bit of his secret. How shocking would that be? Also, what is the headless infant corpse afraid of? Why is he unwilling to confess all of this? Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He stood in the sea of blood with a blank expression on his face. He murmured softly, as if he was sleep-talking. At this moment, he was once again at a loss. He originally thought that this time, in this fierce mosquito-forbidden area, he had accidentally seen the appearance of Xingbo and the primeval Heaven's Eye, and even witnessed their plan of stealing the heavens with his own eyes, which would allow him to more or less understand the secrets of the primordial era. The various doubts that had been tangled in his heart for many years would more or less be solved, but in fact, all of this had temporarily come to an end again. However, for Yi Xian, the final result was exactly the opposite of what he had expected. Originally, his doubts had not been solved. Instead, more and more puzzles and doubts had been added. This Star Master would like to see how long you can hold it in. After a moment of depression, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He murmured softly, vaguely revealing a strong aura of resentment. At this moment, what he was referring to was, of course, the headless infant corpse. Regarding all of this, the headless infant corpse obviously knew about all of this, but for some reason, he had never confessed to Yi Xian. Over time, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Xian not to have any resentment in his heart. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about the headless infant corpse. No matter how deep the resentment in his heart was, he could only hold it in himself. Xiao. After briefly sorting out the chaotic thoughts in his heart, Yi Xian temporarily put all of this to the back of his mind. He no longer thought about it and felt conflicted. Then, suddenly, he waved his hand. A faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In front of him, the vast and boundless nine-colored sea of flames spread across the vast void space of the universe rapidly shrank in an instant. In the end, it transformed into a tiny light spot, like a firefly, and shot toward Yi Xian's glabella, disappearing. There was still some pure energy remaining in the air. It was left behind after the godly souls of the two middle-aged humans exploded into a rain of light. After all, it was the godly soul energy of a late-stage universe supreme being, which was extremely precious. Even Yi Xian would not waste it easily. Chapter 45-47. He collected the pure energy left behind by the self-destruction of the two middle-aged human souls, condensed it into a dazzling ball of light the size of a human head, and put it into his body. Yi Xian removed the Blood Sea secret technique, and his three clones merged into one, turning into a star-raging ape that was only 10 feet tall. Then he fell into deep thought. The primordial era almighties and the supreme primordial era of the Forbidden Land had all left, and even Xingbo had quietly entered the Milky Way star field. In fact, this place was still not safe for Yi Xian. What happened here today was too big, and it was hard to guarantee that the primordial era almighties and the supreme primordial era of the other Forbidden Lands and star fields in the surrounding areas would not come personally to see what was going on. Even more moreover, the primeval heavens I could suddenly return at any time. The same was true for the human elder who had escaped earlier and the primordial mosquito. Both of them were primordial era almighties, and they were at the late stage of this realm. Yi Xian was no match for them at all. Deng, however, for the sake of Shui Ben and the mosquito butcher, Yi Xian would definitely look for them in the future, but that was a matter for the future. He had to wait until Yi Xian had at least the battle strength of the primordial era almighties. Until right now, the most important thing for Yi Xian was still to increase his cultivation strength as soon as possible. This forbidden land of the primordial era was not the best place for seclusion. After making up his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. With a thought, he instantly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system in his body. Previously, the system in his body had not reacted at all, and Yi Xian could not find the reason. But now, everything seemed to have returned to normal, which made Yi Xian even more suspicious. Although Yi Xian no longer trusted the devouring system in his body as much as before because of Xing Bo, since the system was still in his body, he still had to use the various system abilities that were beneficial to him. At this moment, as the interstellar coordinate jump ability was activated, Yi Xian's figure instantly turned into an imperceptible ray of light and disappeared on the spot. This time, the jump point he had locked onto was still near the source hive star that nurtured his strongest avatar. Dang, after a weak flash of light, Yi Xian's figure appeared and arrived at his destination in the blink of an eye. With some hesitation, his figure flickered and immediately rushed to the giant abandoned star in the distance. After entering the core of the star, he waved his hand and directly took out the Shenong cauldron. He wanted to break through again. This time, in the ferocious mosquito forbidden grounds, Yi Xian's state of mind had experienced a few ups and downs. The conditions for another breakthrough were ripe. And this time, he had also obtained the pure energy left behind by the exploding divine souls of the two late-stage supreme beings. After swallowing them, he would smoothly break through to the next level of cultivation. There was no doubt that he would succeed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Stepping into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, Yi Xian sat down cross-legged. Then, with a wave of his hand, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out and suspended in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body. Bao, including the pure energy left behind by the exploding divine souls of the two late-stage supreme beings, he also took them out and swallowed them as cultivation resources. This way, he could ensure a smooth breakthrough this time. Soon, Yi Xian activated the power of the Shenong cauldron's field. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Clang! 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 As expected, the earth-shattering sound of chains instantly rang out in his body. However, this time, there was still only one shackle that appeared. Yi Xian focused his mind and activated the large river of energy that had just formed in his body. He circulated it through the 100 meridians in his body over and over again, accumulating strength. The familiar heart-wrenching pain came very quickly, enveloping Yi Xian's entire body and mind. However, to him, this was no longer a problem. As time passed slowly, Yi Xian concentrated all his energy and started to circulate his meridians with all his might. This time, perhaps because of the pure energy left behind by the exploding divine souls of the two late-stage supreme beings, it only took him about a day to completely refine the huge river of energy that had formed in his body. Then, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. When this shackle completely broke, the anticipated system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, level 3 universe master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, level 3 universe master. Level 3 universe master. This breakthrough allowed Yi Xian's battle power to soar again. Previously, his original body's battle power was at level 2 universe master. Once he activated the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could rise to level 3 universe master. But, If he used the 9 devil ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to level 3 Universe Master. With the addition of the majestic blood energy of his physical body, it would be comparable to a level 4 Universe Master. Now, with another breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the power of a level 4 Universe Master after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 devil ape transformations again and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a level 4 Universe Master. He had stepped into the middle stage of the Universe Master level. In fact, if one were to include the terrifying energy and blood within the 60 million kilometer body of the 9th transformation of the violent ape, Yi Xian's true combat strength would basically be on par with a universe sovereign of the 5th step. From then on, any universe supreme being at the initial level could only flee or even be killed if they encountered him. Even if it was a level 5 or level 6 universe master, Yi Xian would be able to fight head-on and not lose. Because once he used the Blood Sea secret technique and activated the power of his avatar, Yi Xian would be able to instantly split into 3 and condense 3 Blood Sea avatars that possessed the power of the 5th step. When they joined forces to fight, even a 6th-step Universe Sovereign would have no choice but to dodge. Level 3 Universe Master? But this is still far from enough. Yi Xian opened his eyes, and a light flashed through them. He muttered to himself, "If I want to have the combat power of at least the 1st or 2nd level of the Desolation era under the 9th form of the demonic ape, then my true cultivation level must reach the 1st level of the Universe Supreme Realm. Only when my strongest battle power is at level 1 or 2 Universe Master can I have more confidence and walk freely in the Chaos Void. Even if I encounter a Universe Master of the Primordial Era, I can at least be sure to escape unscathed. As for level 3 Universe Master, there are still 6 levels to break through before I reach level 9 Universe Master Pinnacle, but now, it's obviously not suitable for me to continue in the short term." Chapter 45-48. A level 28 Supreme Being's pill could help a 9th level Universe Supreme become a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. In other words, this level 28 pill could only be consumed when one's cultivation base had reached the 9th level Universe Supreme Being. Yi Xian's current cultivation level was only at 3rd level Universe Master. He hadn't even reached Universe Supreme yet. From a certain point of view, he wasn't that desperate for the level 28 Supreme Being's pill. But even so, after a period of careful consideration, Yi Xian still decided to immediately start deducing the level 28 pill formula with all his might. Because with the appearance of Xing Bo and the primeval Heaven's Eye, Yi Xian had a strong feeling that the time when the untainted universe era would come soon. The formula of the level 28 Supreme Being's pill would take more time to deduce. If the untainted universe era was coming, Yi Xian would have to deal with a lot of things. He wouldn't be able to find time to deduce the formula. Therefore, this matter had to be completed now. The level 28 Supreme Being's pill was very important to him. If this pill was successfully refined, Yi Xian could guarantee that he would become a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. Then, when he performed the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of Demonic Ape, his actual combat power would reach the Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. At that time, even if the subsequent level 29 Sovereign Treasure pills couldn't be deduced, for Yi Xian, possessing the true battle prowess of the Primordial Sovereign would be able to ensure that he would be safe and sound during the Great Desolate Era. If he couldn't become a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era without the level 28 pill, then his cultivation level would be stuck at 9th level Universe Supreme. Under such circumstances, even if he performed the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of Demonic Ape, he would only have the power of a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era. Only this wasn't enough to ensure his safety. Therefore, no matter what, he had to succeed in refining the level 28 Supreme Being's pill formula. What he had to do now was to deduce the perfect formula. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and instantly performed the 9 transformation Demonic Ape bloodline ability to the 9th transformation. Tong He also performed the Blood Sea secret technique at the same time. That was why he sat cross-legged at the mouth of the Shin Nong Cauldron. He was still 30 meters tall, but his power had reached the level of a 4th level Universe Supreme. After adjusting his state of mind, he quickly collected his thoughts and combined with the devouring system in his body, pushing the system's calculation and deduction ability to the maximum. Tight then, with the help of a fourth-order universe supremacy's terrifying divine sense, he started to deduce the perfect formula for the level 28 supreme pellet. First previously, Yi Xian had spent more than 3 months deriving the perfect pill formula for the level 27 supreme pill. But this time, Yi Xian's cultivation base had reached the fourth-order universe supremacy, and his divine sense was much stronger than before. On the other hand, it was because he had already instructed the devouring system in his body to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 28 supreme pill at full speed. It was already in its embryonic form. The final result was that he only used a little more than 5 months to deduce the perfect formula for the level 28 supreme pill. 5 months later, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and they shone with excitement. The perfect formula for the level 28 supreme pellet has finally been successfully completed. Yi Xian exhaled and murmured softly. There was an unconcealable excitement and joy in his voice. More than 3 months have passed. Even if someone is paying attention to the ferocious mosquito forbidden area, it should be over by now. So, it's time to go back and take a look. After calming down, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and he deliberately moved. Previously, he had left the ferocious mosquito forbidden area because, on one hand, it was indeed not safe there. There were all kinds of unknown factors. But, now, he suddenly wanted to go back. Other than the fact that more than 3 months had passed, more importantly, the perfect formula for the level 28 supreme pellet had been successfully deduced. TW level 18 was a Supreme Being treasure pill that could help a 9th Order Universe Supreme Being to break through to the primordial Supreme Being level. However, the main material required to make this pill was the Supreme Being blood essence condensed from the blood essence of the Supreme Being after the body of a Supreme Beast exploded. Moreover, to refine a level 28 Supreme pellet, at least 5 pieces of Supreme blood essence were required. If he had 6 sovereign blood essences, then Yi Xian had a certain amount of confidence that he would be able to refine 2 level 28 Supreme Expert pellets. However, every single Supreme Expert's treasure pill represented a Supreme Expert of the primordial era. The degree of preciousness surpassed all the treasure pills that Yi Xian had refined before. Therefore, if possible, he naturally chose to wait until the Supreme blood essence in his hands reached as much as possible before opening the furnace to refine it. Although Yi Xian was only a level 3 Universe Master and was still quite a distance away from becoming a level 9 Universe Supreme, it was difficult to kill a Supreme Being. Therefore, from now on, he had to put killing Supreme Beings and storing Supreme Blood Essence on a daily basis. Don't talk about it. No matter what, he had to collect 5 first. There are no more Supreme Beings of the primordial Great Power realm in the ferocious mosquito forbidden area, but there are still many Supreme Beings. After all, it's a super forbidden area. Even if the Dark Furnace had killed 80% of the Undying Emperors and above, there were still some who were in seclusion. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. His eyes glinted as he murmured again, "If I'm not wrong, there should be about 10 Supreme Beings in the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. Even if I only kill half of them, I'll be able to achieve the minimum goal of 5 Supreme Blood Essences." Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately stood up. With a wave of his hand, he put the Shin Nong cauldron into his body. Then he soared up and rushed out of the core of the star under his feet. He activated the power in his body and rushed toward the ferocious mosquito forbidden area at an extremely fast speed. It was a long journey, but Yi Xian had already performed the 9th transformation of the 9 demon ape transformation bloodline in his body. He also activated the Blood Sea technique to shrink his body to a height of about 3 feet. His speed was extremely fast. It took him less than a month to reach the edge of the ferocious mosquito forbidden area. He was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he used the perfect vibration of his spiritual power to conceal his body and all his aura. Then he flew around the edge of the ferocious mosquito forbidden area at an extremely fast speed. He did this out of caution. He had to confirm whether there were any supreme beings or supreme beings of the primordial great power realm watching the ferocious mosquito forbidden area in secret. If the answer was yes, then he had to make other plans. It took him a few more days to verify this matter. In the end, Xian did not find anything unusual. Just as he had predicted, so much time had passed. Even if there were people watching the ferocious mosquito forbidden area, they should have left by now. Chapter 45-49. Swoosh. With a weak sound of breaking through the air, an imperceptible ray of light streaked across the void, shooting toward the depths of the mosquito forbidden grounds. Not long after, the entire vicious mosquito forbidden area had returned to its usual calm. However, Xian wasn't sure if the two human clan elders who'd possessed the bodies of Shui Ben and the mosquito butcher, as well as the desolate ancient fierce mosquitoes, had returned. Perhaps, it would be more appropriate to call them Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. After all, they were originally their physical bodies. Now, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher both had the terrifying cultivation of the desolate ancient realm, and they were at the 6th level of this realm. They were only one step away from the late stage of the desolate ancient realm. With Xian's cultivation strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to deal with it at the moment. However, if he saw the opportunity early, it would not be a problem for him to retreat smoothly. Of course, he had already discovered that the devouring system in his body would only be completely paralyzed and not have any reaction when Xingbo appeared. However, this did not include Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. As long as the devouring system in his body was fine, then, once Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher appeared, Xian would immediately activate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system and smoothly withdraw. It should not be a big problem. Even more. Moreover, those two fellows had already known that Xian was related to the headless baby corpse. At that time, the two weak blood rays that shot into their sea of consciousness and protected the souls of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher were shot from Xian's body. In this case, even if Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher had returned to the mosquito forbidden grounds and discovered Xian's whereabouts, they would most likely turn a blind eye and choose to hibernate. They would not dare to provoke him easily. In fact, even if they attacked, Xian was not afraid. He was sure that when a life and death crisis came, the headless baby corpse that had turned into a corpse lamp tattoo attached to his left chest would definitely not sit idly by. Although this guy hadn't made a sound or made a move, Xian suspected that he had left a strand of his divine sense to monitor the outside world. Otherwise, why would the zombie lantern tattoo on his left chest suddenly emit a burning sensation when Xian needed him the most? If Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher were really here and had immediately attacked after discovering Xian, it would be a good thing for him. Positive he could use this opportunity to verify the conjecture in his heart and see if the headless infant's corpse was true. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian's courage was instantly boosted. He threw his previous caution to the back of his mind and activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. After accumulating energy to the point where it could be activated at any time, he was no longer afraid and directly pushed his divine sense to the limit. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying divine sense of a fourth-order universe supreme radiated in all directions, enveloping the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. Then, it retracted in an instant. Although, it was only for a moment, but Xian had a rough understanding of the current situation in the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. According to his divine sense just now, he didn't find any powerful beings or supreme beings of the primordial era in the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. Of course, it was highly possible that they had concealed their auras. After all, if they were stronger than Xian deliberately concealed their auras, it would be no problem for them to avoid the detection of his divine sense. As for supreme beings of the universe, there were currently 9 supreme beings in the entire ferocious mosquito forbidden area. 3 supreme beings of the 1st level to the 3rd level. 3 supreme beings of the middle level from the 4th level to the 6th level. The last 3 supreme beings were all at the 7th level and had just stepped into the late stage of the 7th level. Xian's current strength was at the 3rd level of the Universe Master, and after activating the Demon Ape bloodline in his body, he would be at the 4th level of the Universe Master. If he performed the 9th transformation of the demon ape bloodline to the 9th transformation, he would be at the 4th level of the Universe Supreme. Of course, with the majestic power of blood and vitality in his huge body of 60 million miles, his actual combat strength would be boosted by a small level, which was equivalent to a 5th level of the Universe Supreme. If he performed the Blood Sea secret technique and activated the power of his other bodies, he would have 3 Blood Sea bodies in an instant, and all of them would have the terrifying combat strength of a 5th level Universe Supreme, with 3 against 1. Even a supreme being of the middle level of the 6th level might be killed by him. Until supreme beings of the late level of the 7th level, it was hard to say. Even if he surrounded them and fought 3 against 1, he might only be able to injure them severely. It seems that I have to give up on the 3 supreme beings of the late level of the 7th level. Otherwise, if I can't kill them, it'll be a waste of energy no matter how hard I try. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian made up his mind. He targeted the 6 supreme beings of the 1st level to the 6th level. However, besides, his minimum target was merely 5 pieces of supreme blood essence. That was why he allowed one of the 6 beginner and intermediate universe supremes to escape. I'll kill the 2 middle supreme beings first, then deal with the 3 early supreme beings. Also, I have to act quickly and catch them off guard. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he moved his shoulders and shot toward the void space on the right. However, he still activated the perfect vibration mental power secret technique, perfectly hiding his body and all of his aura. But it was not easy to kill a supreme being of the remote ancient era. If he was prepared in advance, even a supreme being of the middle level would be able to escape. Shio. With a faint sound, Yi Xian sped up. His body streaked across the void space of the universe, and in the blink of an eye, he was already a few billion miles away. The first target he'd locked onto was not too far ahead in this direction. Presently, it was less than 1 billion kilometers away from him. It was a blood leopard with the power of a 5th level Universe Supreme. It was as powerful as Yi Xian after activating the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demonic ape bloodline. This opponent was obviously not easy to deal with. Even if he used the Blood Sea secret technique to instantly condense 3 5th-order Supreme Being Blood Sea doppelgangers, he still had to assassinate him in secret. Only then could he have a chance of killing him, and the chances of that happening were not very high. At most, it was 50%. Hence, Yi Xian could only choose to attack him first. Otherwise, if he killed the other targets first, this blood leopard would be on guard, and it would be difficult to succeed. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had left behind the distance of less than 100 million miles. At this moment, he had arrived outside the nest of this blood leopard and was standing above the atmosphere. After pondering for a while, he no longer hesitated. His figure flickered and rushed into the atmosphere. His figure turned into an invisible flowing arrow, quietly entering a boundless mountain range. Shio! A faint whistling sound rang out as a tiny 9-colored flame sprout, which was as small as a firefly, shot out. It expanded against the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of flames that was over 1 million miles wide, enveloping the entire mountain range within it. Chapter 4550. Everything happened too quickly. The 9-colored flame sea, which enveloped the entire mountain range, appeared almost instantaneously. And at this time, 3 huge figures that were hundreds of thousands of miles long rose from the 9-colored flame sea. They waved their fists at the same time and attacked the center of the flame sea with all their might. The reason why the flame sea was summoned first was to prevent the target from escaping. After all, even the powerful beings of the primordial era and the supreme beings of the remote antiquity didn't dare to touch the Shenong 9-colored flame, let alone a mere 5th-stage supreme being. Yes, with the existence of this 9-colored flame sea, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. The only suspense was whether Yi Xian could take advantage of the fact that the target was completely unprepared to catch him off guard and successfully kill him in the end. The center of the flames was where the void-ripping blood leopard was located. Perhaps it was because of the shocking incident that happened 3 months ago in the ferocious mosquito forbidden grounds, but the void-tearing blood leopard was not only hiding in the star nest, it was not even outside. Instead, it was hiding in the belly of one of the giant peaks in the middle of the boundless mountain range. This dignified universe supreme being was hiding in his own star nest. It was indeed a little strange. But thinking about the shocking incident in the Mosquito Forbidden Area, it was understandable. Entire more than 80% of the higher-ups above the Emperor level in the Mosquito Forbidden Area were killed in one battle. The lucky survivors were only able to escape because they were in seclusion at that time and didn't rush to the depths of the Forbidden Area. Only just this point alone was enough to make people feel terrified and uneasy. Even more, what's more, the ones who caused this shocking tragedy were actually the strongest beings in the Mosquito Forbidden Area. This was even more chilling, and it directly led to the surviving ferocious beasts and people of the remote antiquity to feel insecure. It was impossible for them to have the trust they had in the past. Under such circumstances, it wasn't difficult to understand why the Blood Leopard, who had the cultivation of a fifth-stage universe supreme, would carefully hide in the belly of the mountain in his nest star. Unfortunately, even if he was so careful, he was destined to be unable to escape today. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and what happened next was without suspense. The three Blood Sea avatars swayed and threw a punch. The towering mountain in the center of the Blood Sea was directly crushed into powder. To bet the void-tearing Blood Leopard didn't even have the chance to let out a wail before its enormous body instantly exploded with a bang. Ching in the blink of an eye, its enormous body exploded into a brilliant bloody mist and spread out. Swish! Yixian was overjoyed at the success of his attack. Immediately after, the Blood Sea doppelganger of the three Blood Sea doppelgangers waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into Yixian's body. Then, it was immediately sent into the Farmer God Cauldron by Yixian for the blood essence condensation. To do after finishing all of this, he felt a sense of disbelief in his heart. He was too lucky. Originally, he would have needed to fight for a while before he could completely kill his opponent. Who would have thought that he would be able to obtain a fifth-order sovereign blood essence in a single strike? Of course. Therefore, this could be considered a coincidence. Straight only when the violent power of the three Blood Sea doppelgangers had destroyed the entire towering peak into powder did Yixian suddenly react. The other party didn't resist at all. This was clearly in closed-door cultivation. Even if it felt the spread of the nine-colored flame sea in an instant and the danger was approaching, this void-tearing Blood Leopard would still need at least 2 to 3 breaths of time to react if it wanted to resist. While Yixian's three Blood Sea doppelgangers attacked at the same time. It only took half a breath to smash the void-tearing Blood Leopard and the towering peak where it was in closed-door cultivation into powder with a single punch. The difference in time was so great that the void-tearing Blood Leopard's tragic end was destined. Even if the three Blood Sea doppelgangers had attacked a little slower, he wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. That's good too. I'll finish off the opponent in an instant. This way, the possibility of being detected by the other Supremes in the ferocious Mosquito Forbidden Area will be minimized. After calming down his excited heart, Yixian murmured softly, "Since that's the case, I'll strike while the iron is hot. I'll immediately rush to the second target and kill the other mid-stage Supremes first. If I can succeed this time, the remaining 3 early-stage Supremes will be easy to deal with." At this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers completely collapsed, turning into 3 majestic and endless blood rain that merged into the 9-colored flame sea under his feet. Same as at this moment, the vast and boundless 9-colored flame sea also rapidly shrank. In less than half a breath, it had turned into a 9-colored light that was as small as a firefly. In the next moment, a violent ape that was about 10 feet tall appeared in the sky above this boundless mountain range. The 9-colored light shot out and entered between the violent ape's eyebrows, disappearing. Swoosh! After doing all this, Yixian's figure flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Clang! However, before they could charge out of the ferocious beast star, the ferocious ape's figure that had just appeared also disappeared. Yixian once again activated the perfect vibration mental energy secret technique, concealing his figure and restraining all of his aura. The second target was also a mid-stage Supremes, but his cultivation level was one level lower than this blood leopard's. He was only a 4th stage Universe Supremes. Thus, as long as there were no accidents, Yi Xian's chances of successfully killing him were at least above 60%. This fellow was a ferocious bird, and his bloodline should be quite mixed. He looked like a phoenix and a green swan, and he even had a terrifying beak like a large eagle. Perhaps, it was possible that he had all 3 types of ferocious bird bloodlines. 1. This mixed-blood ferocious bird with such a mixed bloodline could actually cultivate to such a high level and become a 4th stage Supremes. Other than proving that he was diligent enough, his talent was obviously extremely extraordinary. Thus, although he was certain and felt more confident, Yi Xian still didn't dare to be careless. This 4th-grade mixed-blood ferocious bird's nest was over 16 billion miles away from the space-ripping blood leopard's nest. For a Universe Supremes, a distance of more than 10 billion miles wasn't beyond the range of detection of their divine consciousness. However, the current ferocious mosquito forbidden land was still considered peaceful. This mixed-blood ferocious bird couldn't continuously pay attention to the nest of the blood leopard, and Yi Xian had previously made his move within the atmosphere of the star and killed his opponent instantly. The degree of leakage of his aura wasn't very serious. Thus, according to his speculation, this mixed-blood ferocious bird was most likely still in the dark. It didn't even know that the blood leopard, which was only slightly more than 10 billion miles away from it, had just died a moment ago. If this was really the case, the chances of Yi Xian successfully killing the blood leopard in one strike would skyrocket again, reaching more than 80%. Swoosh. Chapter 45-51. Whoosh. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian, who had concealed his body with the perfect vibration of his spiritual power, turned into a ray of light. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the atmosphere of the ferocious beast star in front of him and headed to the right. He rushed to the side of a giant mountain. This giant mountain was an active volcano. It seemed to be quite active. Right now, the ring-shaped crater that towered into the clouds was spewing out fiery red magma. Inside the crater was the nest of the mixed-blood ferocious bird. This mixed-blood ferocious bird had at least 3 bloodlines of powerful ferocious birds in its body. One of them was the true phoenix. The true phoenix clan was an ancient species. According to legend, they were born in fire. Even if they died, they could be reborn in the raging fire. Therefore, the mixed-blood ferocious bird with the true phoenix clan's bloodline was not afraid of the high temperature of the volcano. Instead, it was in the boiling magma. It was understandable that it would be like a fish in water. It was also understandable that it would use the magma as its nest. As soon as Yi Xian entered this ferocious beast star, he had already captured the aura of this mixed-blood ferocious bird. Because it did not hide at all, even if Yi Xian did not activate his divine sense to investigate, he could still sense it clearly in an instant. Whoosh! The moment Yi Xian's figure arrived above the active volcano, he did not hesitate and immediately attacked. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. A tiny 9-colored flame, like a firefly, shot out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It shot out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of flames that was 1,000,000 miles wide, enveloping the active volcano. Almost at the same time, 3 huge figures that were hundreds of thousands of miles wide also rose from the 9-colored sea of flames. At the same time, they waved their fists and blasted toward the center of the sea of flames with all their strength. Screech! In the ring-shaped crater, an earth-shattering roar sounded. At this moment, the mixed-blood ferocious bird finally realized that it was not good. Its roar was filled with despair that could not be dispersed. Whoosh! As soon as the violent howl sounded, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from the belly of the volcano. A rather mottled figure flapped its wings and flew out. The feathers on its body had at least 6 colors. Your bloodline is so heterogeneous, yet you were able to become a Universe Supreme. Even I, the Star Master, am impressed by your talent. What a pity! Today I'm going to fall as well, and my blood will be shed here, Bang! Before he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The three Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time. What happened next was obvious. In the blink of an eye, the three figures swayed and threw a punch. The towering mountain in the center of the Blood Sea was directly shattered into powder. Countless rain of fire sputtered in the air. This mixed-blood ferocious bird didn't even have the chance to wail before its enormous body exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, its enormous body exploded into a dazzling mist of blood and spread out. Swish! With one successful attack, Xianxia was relieved. The flesh avatar of the three Blood Sea avatars immediately waved its hand. An incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from its body and covered a radius of millions of miles. The majestic bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into its body. It was immediately sent into the Shenong cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. Swish! After doing all this, Xianxia did not hesitate at all. He immediately put away the 9-colored flame sea, and the three Blood Sea avatars collapsed in an instant. A raging star ape that was about 3 meters tall appeared. Its body swayed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he rushed out of the ferocious beast star under his feet at an extremely fast speed. The raging star ape that had just appeared also disappeared because it had activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique again. It hid its body and restrained all its aura. In the blink of an eye, the second supreme blood essence was in his hands. Xianxia's set goal was only 5 supreme blood essences. It could be said that he had already achieved a small part of his goal. In fact, strictly speaking, the 2 supreme blood essences that he had already obtained were, compared to the 5 that Xianxia had set, at least half of them had been achieved, even if he had not achieved half of them. After all, the 2 supreme beings that he had already killed were both at the middle stage of this realm. The remaining 3 targets were all at the early stage of Universe Supreme. The most powerful one was only at the 3-star level of this realm, and one of them was only at the 1-star level. For Xianxia, who was currently in the 9th change of demon ape state, relying on the majestic force in his enormous body to gain an additional level of combat power, his final combat power was comparable to that of a 5th stage supreme. Even if he did not use the power of the Blood Sea avatars, he would still be able to kill all of them. However, if he were to attack alone, he would be able to easily kill him. Next, his third target was the most powerful of the 3 supreme beings at the initial stage. However, his cultivation level was only at the 3rd stage of Universe Supreme. The third target was an 8-horned crocodile. It was an extremely rare type of space bug, and its bloodline was not considered to be an undan. Although its appearance was that of a beetle, its entire body was covered with crocodile scales, and there were 8 long tentacles on its head that were covered with barbs. It was very ferocious. Xianxia hated bugs the most, but at the same time, due to the fact that the space bug race was too mysterious and had all sorts of unique abilities that no one would have expected, he almost unexpectedly suffered a great loss. Basically, it was because of the space bug race. Because of this, Xianxia did not dare to let his guard down, even though this third target was only at the initial stage of the Supreme Being level, and its cultivation level had only reached the 3rd stage of this realm. Moreover, he had an extremely strong intuition that this 3rd stage Supreme Space Bug race would most likely bring him unexpected trouble, just like the few powerful space bugs that Xianxia had encountered previously. The previous 2 consecutive hunts could be said to be extremely smooth. This was because the 2 intermediate supreme beings had already been killed and were gradually being refined into supreme blood essence in the Shenong cauldron inside Xianxia's body. Xianxia had taken them by surprise and successfully killed them in the atmosphere of the star nest. Moreover, when killing these 2 intermediate supreme beings, Xianxia's speed was very fast. There was no stalemate at all, and he killed them in one strike. Because of this, even though he had successfully killed 2 intermediate supreme beings in this ferocious mosquito forbidden land, in fact, Xianxia's traces were still not exposed. However, this third target, although it was only a 3rd stage supreme being at the initial stage, considering that it was from the space bug race, it was very likely that Xianxia's traces would be exposed in this hunt if there were no accidents. Even if the location chosen for the attack was still within the atmosphere of the target nest star, this result was most likely unavoidable. In terms of transmitting information, the space Zerg had all kinds of mysterious means, and it was simply impossible to guard against them. Chapter 45-52. Xiao. The sound of breaking air resounded. Yi Xian, who had concealed his figure, rushed directly into the star nest of this eight-horned crocodile. His target was hibernating in the hinterland of the largest continent in the star. It was a humid valley with a vast terrain. Without the slightest pause, Yi Xian directly shot forward. During the entire process, he used a perfect mental energy secret technique to conceal his presence. When he arrived in the sky above the valley, he lowered his head and instantly saw a black arachnid that was tens of thousands of feet in size lying dormant. In a quiet pool in the valley. Now is the time. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian directly shot forward. This time, he did not even activate the power of the clone of the Blood Sea secret technique. Alone, he threw a punch. After all, this was only a space bug of the third-level Universe Supreme level. As for Yi Xian, even though he was only around 3 meters tall and had given up on the first-level bonus from his enormous body of 60 million kilometers, he still possessed the battle prowess of a fourth-order sovereign. Now that he was caught off guard and suddenly attacked, killing this eight-horned crocodile in an instant was a sure thing. Screech. Almost at the same time, the 8 antennae on the head of the eight-horned crocodile, whose body was half submerged in the quiet pool below, suddenly trembled violently and at a high frequency. He did not even see him open his mouth, but there was an incomparably sharp screech at this moment. Even after Yi Xian appeared and fully activated the powerful consciousness of a fourth-level Supreme Level Master, he was completely unable to block it. There was no effect at all. The punch of Bao Yuan had not even touched the body of this eight-horned crocodile when this incomparably sharp screech had already spread out in all directions. The atmosphere of this life star under his feet violently surged. Without a doubt, the screech had already penetrated the atmosphere and transmitted to the void of the universe outside the star. This meant that Yi Xian's trace was finally exposed. At least, the fact that this eight-horned crocodile was suddenly attacked and in danger could no longer be concealed. It was completely exposed. Damned bug, I knew it would cause trouble this time. Yi Xian was speechless. He muttered under his breath and rolled his eyes. It was also at this instant that Bao Yuan's full-force punch arrived at its target. Bang! When the majestic and mighty fist hit its body, the huge body of the eight-horned crocodile instantly exploded. Amidst the earth-shattering sound, its huge body, which was tens of thousands of feet long, completely exploded into a brilliant blood mist in the blink of an eye and spread out. Swish! Letting out a light breath, Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand. In an instant, an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was completely swept over. After being absorbed into his body, it was immediately sent into the Shenong cauldron by Yi Xian to be refined with blood essence. The last two targets, and both of them are only level 1 Universe Supremes, so they can be easily dealt with. After ending all of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. This time, he was too lazy to even conceal his figure and aura. After absorbing the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the octagonal alligator into his body, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the vicious beast star beneath his feet. Celestial's atmosphere, a soft murmur came from his mouth, revealing an incomparable determination. As long as I can be a little faster and attack consecutively, after killing these two first-grade supreme beings, I will be able to withdraw and retreat with success. Swish! Before his voice died away, his figure had already rushed through the atmosphere of this ferocious beast star and arrived at the universe void outside the star. Ruthless. The moment he rushed out of the atmosphere, he heard a series of violent roars and ruthless howls, all of which were filled with uneasiness. Indeed, the ruthless howl that the eight-horned crocodile let out before its death had already spread beyond the atmosphere of the star. The originally quiet, ferocious mosquito forbidden land was instantly boiling. A large number of ferocious beasts that were hibernating within the ferocious beast stars were all roaring and howling uneasily. Yixian immediately turned his head and looked to the right. This was because the nest stars of his last two targets were on the right side, and they were not far apart, only a few 100 million miles away. It gave him a feeling of huddling together for warmth. At this moment, as he shifted his gaze, within the two ferocious beast stars that Yixian had already locked onto in his mind, there were clearly two figures that were rushing out at an extremely fast speed. They were the two ferocious beasts that were the targets of the first-level Universe Supremes. These two fellows were quite clever. From the desperate howl of the eight-horned crocodile, who was at the third level of this realm, they had obviously determined the strength of their unknown opponent. Hence, not only did they not have the slightest intention of resisting, they even tried their best to shrink their bodies. Now, their bodies were only about 300 meters tall. After rushing out of the two ferocious beast stars in the void space in front of them on the right side, one on the left and one on the right, they expanded to the extreme. They quickly split up and fled. You can't escape. Swish. Swish. There was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the ferocious ape. Just as he spoke, he had already waved his hand abruptly. Along with the faint sound of breaking through the air, a tiny nine-colored ray of light, like a firefly, instantly shot out. As it soared in the wind, it had turned into an incomparably dazzling nine-colored flame sea in the blink of an eye, enveloping the universe void space within a radius of 10,000 miles. Its speed was even faster to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the first-level Supreme Master on the left. While blocking his escape route, it circled around him from all directions. Within half a breath, it had already trapped him within the nine-colored flame sea. At the same time, the ferocious ape's figure directly collapsed on the spot, turning into a crimson sea of blood. It was like a waterfall piercing through the sky. Its speed was also extremely fast. Within half a breath, it had already arrived on the right side of the first-level Supreme Master on the right. As the blood-colored waterfall soared in the wind, it instantly turned into a sea of blood of 10,000 miles, blocking all directions of the first-level Supreme Master. Roar! Roar, roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out. Just as the majestic sea of blood that enveloped the void space of 10,000 miles was formed, three huge figures rose from the ground in the sea of blood, each occupying a side, forming a triangle, trapping the first-level Supreme Master who was trapped by the sea of blood. In the middle of the encirclement, the next scene was without a doubt. Before the roar had even faded away, the three Blood Sea avatars that had just risen from the ground had already punched at the center of the encirclement with all their might. Bam! An earth-shattering boom rang out. This first-level Supreme Master had almost no resistance at all. He didn't even have the chance to wail. Under the joint attack of the three Blood Sea avatars, his body, which was only about 1,000 feet tall, turned into a bloody mist with a strong smell and spread out. Boom! At the same time, in the void hundreds of millions of miles away on the left, a second earth-shattering explosion quietly exploded. Chapter 45-53. In the blink of an eye, the last two first-stage Supreme Beings were killed almost at the same time. Their bodies, which had shrunk to a size of about 1,000 feet, exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Huala Xiao. Xiao. In the next moment, the three Blood Sea clones crumbled at the same time and merged into the majestic Blood Sea under their feet. Then, a figure of a raging ape appeared from the Blood Sea. It was only about 3 feet tall, but the aura emitted from its body had already reached the level of a terrifying fourth-stage Universe Supreme. Two faint sounds were heard, and the majestic Blood Sea under their feet shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a faint bloody light and shot out from between Yixian's eyebrows and disappeared. As for the bloody mist that had just spread out from the Blood Sea, with a wave of the raging ape's hand, an incomparably majestic and shapeless force instantly spread out from it. It enveloped an area of tens of thousands of miles and swept everything into its body. It immediately sent it into the Shen cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. After doing all this, Yixian turned to look at the nine-colored flame sea that was thousands of miles away. With a thought, the flame sea shrank into a 9-colored light the size of a firefly and entered Yi Xian's body. At the same time, the bloody mist formed by the explosion of the other first-stage Supreme Being's body also whizzed toward him. The raging ape waved his hand and sent it into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the Xianxia cauldron to start the blood essence condensation at full speed. In the blink of an eye, the last 2 first-stage Supreme Beings were killed. At this point, Yi Xian had 5 pieces of Supreme Blood Essence, which was the minimum requirement to make a batch of level 28 Supreme Being pills. However, with only 5 pieces of Supreme Blood Essence, even with Yi Xian's attainment in the art of pills and the full power of the Xianxia 9-colored flame, he could only make 1 level 28 Supreme Being pill at most. The probability of making 2 pills was less than 10%. It was almost impossible. Right now, Yi Xian's own cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Universe Master Realm. He still had 6 small levels to break through before he could swallow a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill and step into the Universe Supreme Realm. After becoming a Universe Supreme, he still had to go through 9 more minor breakthroughs. Only when he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Supreme would he be qualified to swallow a level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. In other words, Yi Xian still needed to break through 15 levels before he could take a level 28 Supreme Being pill. There was no need to rush, so there was no need to start the condensation now. I've already obtained the minimum requirement of 5 pieces of Supreme Being Blood Essence, Yi Xian thought. Yi Xian's eyes. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes shone with a bright light as he muttered to himself, with my current cultivation level, I still need to break through 15 small stages before I can swallow a level 28 Supreme Expert's pellet. In other words, after this, the Supreme Blood Essence would still be hunted and collected, trying to maximize the amount of Supreme Blood Essence as much as possible. Transform. And there are still 4 Universe Supreme Beings in this mosquito forbidden land. Speaking of which, Raging Ape turned around and gazed into the distance at a gigantic star of ferocious beasts in the distance. Previously, there were still 9 Universe Supreme Beings in this huge ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Among them, 3 were early-stage Supreme Beings from level 1 to level 3, and 3 were mid-stage Supreme Beings from level 4 to level 6. The last 3 were level 7 Universe Supreme Beings, and they had just stepped into this level. Late-stage Supreme Beings. Yi Xian was now a level 3 Universe Master, and if he activated the Demon Ape bloodline in his body, he would be a level 4 Universe Master. If he could unleash the 9th transformation of the 9 transformation demonic ape bloodline technique, he would become a 4th level Universe Supreme. Of course, with the addition of the boundless energy and blood within his 60 million miles long body, his actual combat power would be boosted by another small level. That meant he would be as strong as a level 5 Universe Supreme. And if he performed the Blood Sea technique and activated the power of his other bodies, he would have 3 Blood Sea bodies instantly. And all of them would have the terrifying combat power of a level 5 Universe Supreme. Under such circumstances, even a level 6 Intermediate Supreme Being would be killed by him in a 3-on-1 battle. As for a level 7 Advanced Supreme Being, it was hard to say. Even if he besieged him and fought him in a 3-on-1 battle, he would only be severely injured. It was because of this reason that Yi Xian did not think too much before he took action. He gave up on the 3 level 7 Advanced Supreme Beings. He even gritted his teeth and gave up on the strongest rank 6 Supremes among the 6 remaining early middle Supremes. His only goal was to ensure that he had at least 5 Supreme's blood essences to refine a rank 28 Supreme elixir pellet. To be able to get them safely. And now, he had achieved this minimum goal. And due to the different circumstances, Yi Xian changed his original plan. He would not refuse any Supreme blood essences, and the more the better. There were still 4 Universe Supreme Beings in this ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Those 3 late-stage sovereigns of the 7th step had also fallen. Even if Yi Xian were to use the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline and activate the power of the Blood Sea secret technique's clone, 3 Blood Sea bodies with the combat power of a level 5 Universe Supreme Being besieged by a level 7 Advanced Supreme Being, the chances of successfully killing him were less than 30%. At most, they would only injure him severely. There was no point in doing so. He could only give up on the 3 level 7 advanced supreme beings. Perhaps he would have a chance to kill them after he had broken through 1 or 2 levels in the future. On the other hand, it was a different story for a peak mid-level feral supreme at rank 6. If the 3 Blood Sea clones with level 5 battle prowess fought together, there was a 40% chance of successfully killing the Blood Sea clones. 40% was already very tempting. It was worth the risk. Of course, the most important thing was that as Yi Xian extended his spirit consciousness, he could clearly sense that the level 6 supreme being had not escaped at all. He was still hiding in his star nest. Since you are courting death, then don't blame me for it. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly gritted his teeth and made a decision. He would take advantage of the fact that there were no other unforeseen events to take the risk of making a final attack. He would try and see if he could kill this 6th order sovereign and obtain another sovereign blood essence. After making the decision, the ferocious ape no longer hesitated. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Anyway, he had already exposed himself in the previous battle. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide anymore. It was only the last battle. If he wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. Who? Chapter 45-54. At this moment, Yi Xian was finally recognized. When he killed the 2 first-stage supremes earlier, he had summoned the 9-colored sea of flames and even used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique to form 3 Blood Sea clones. However, at that time, the 3 Blood Sea clones were only 10,000 feet in size. Because their targets were supremes, their size had shrunk to about 1,000 feet. Being too big was inconvenient. It was because of this that the ferocious beasts in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land did not recognize him immediately. Now, Yi Xian had used the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape in his body. Moreover, he did not use the Blood Sea secret technique to control his size. As soon as his terrifying size of 60 million miles appeared, he was recognized immediately. After all, such a terrifying size was too unique. When the ferocious mosquito forbidden land had undergone a shocking change, Yi Xian had revealed his terrifying size of 60 million miles. That scene had long been deeply imprinted in the memories of the countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden areas who were lying on the ground and shivering in the surrounding voids and stars at that time. It was almost impossible to erase. This was a terrifying existence that could fight the 4 supremes in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land head-on. He had even scared away the 2 most powerful beings in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, the human elder and the desolate ancient mosquito. Although their cultivation had dropped by a whole realm because of the self-destruction of their bodies, they were still primordial supremes after all. None of the ferocious beasts in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land could forget that it was Yi Xian who had scared away the 2 supremes as soon as he appeared. Moreover, they had not hesitated to turn around and flee in panic. Even now, they had not returned. Although they did not understand why, facts were facts. From that moment on, the ferocious ape had left a deep impression in the hearts of the countless ferocious beasts in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land that they could not provoke. Moreover, after the 2 powerhouses fled in panic, the remaining 2 powerhouses were the 2 middle-aged men of the human race, who were originally at the primordial era. However, their cultivation dropped by an entire realm, and they were reduced to 6th order supremes. Under his confinement, one of them was instantly killed, and the other was forced to self-destruct his divine soul, and thus perished. All of this was sufficient to prove the terror of this ferocious ape, and no one was willing to provoke such an existence. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. Almost at the next moment, countless sharp whistling sounds rang out. A large number of ferocious mosquito beasts and ferocious beasts of other races shot out from the atmosphere of the ferocious beasts in the nearby void. Without the slightest hesitation, they rushed to the void of the universe outside the atmosphere of the star and fled in all directions. They rushed to the edge of the forbidden mosquito land. It was clear that they were trying to escape from this place. These ferocious beasts were all scared, because today, this was the second time this devil-like violent ape had come to the vicious mosquito forbidden area. This place was clearly being targeted. Last time, he was entangled with the 4 supreme experts of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. This time, he was making things difficult for those universe supremes. Who knew if he would vent his anger on ordinary ferocious beasts below the supreme being level the next time he came? In short, since he was targeted by such a terrifying demon god, he obviously couldn't stay in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land anymore. The only choice was to take advantage of the fact that the great calamity had not fallen on his head and quickly escape from here. Anyway, in this supreme forbidden area, there were no beings above the level of primordial supremes guarding it. This place didn't live up to its name, and it could collapse at any time. Swish, swish, swish. With this thought in mind, a large number of ferocious beasts rushed out of the atmosphere of the ferocious beasts in the surrounding void one after another and fled in panic. This scene was like the spreading of a plague. From near to far, it rapidly radiated towards the entire vast and boundless forbidden area of mosquitoes. It was really like the old saying, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Shio! Right at this time, a figure shot out from the target star in front of them. He was also only 1,000 feet tall, and he had concealed his aura. He blended in with the large number of ferocious beasts rushing out from the star's atmosphere and shot into the distance. This guy was obviously trying to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. This was an ironback blue wolf with a full body of gray fur. He didn't look very eye-catching, but in reality he was a powerful 6th-order supreme being. He was only one step away from stepping into the late-stage universe supreme being level. It was obvious that this fellow was also afraid of Xianxia. This was because during a shocking turn of events in the forbidden area of the ferocious mosquitoes, Xianxia had single-handedly sealed the 2 middle-aged men of the human clan, whose cultivation had fallen to the 6th-order sovereign level. In the end, they died one after another. Because of this, the ironback blue wolf didn't dare to take any chances, even though Xianxia's strength was lower than his, being only a 4th-order supreme being. In any case, there was no benefit in staying, so he might as well not take the risk and take advantage of the chaos to escape. Unfortunately, his aura had already been locked onto by Xianxia. Even if he concealed his strength, his figure was like a candle in the dark night in Xianxia's perception. He was too eye-catching, and there was no way he could escape. "You want to leave now? Too late?" A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes, and he didn't hesitate. With a thought, a ray of 9-colored light shot out from between his eyebrows. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of 9-colored flames, covering a radius of 10,000 miles, blocking the ironback blue wolf's path. The ironback blue wolf and its surroundings were all sealed. Blood Sea secret technique. In the next moment, Xianxia roared softly, and the 60 million miles long giant ape collapsed in an instant, turning into a sea of blood that merged into the sea of 9-colored flames. Almost at the same time, from this vast sea of 9-colored flames, 3 huge figures that were at least 10,000 feet tall rose from the ground at the same time, surrounding the ironback blue wolf in a triangle formation, trapping it in the middle. "Go to hell." Boom, 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 bang. Before the roar fell, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The 3 Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time, and there was no suspense in what happened next. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Blood Sea avatars swayed and directly punched the ironback blue wolf in the middle of the sea of blood, directly disintegrated into powder. The huge body completely exploded into a brilliant bloody mist, and then spread out. Shio! A faint whistling sound rang out, and the Blood Sea avatars waved their hands at the same time. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably majestic invisible chi rolled out from their bodies, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. The majestic bloody mist that had just spread out was all swept up and absorbed into their bodies, and immediately sent into the Shinnon cauldron to spread out the blood. Chapter 45-55. Screech. Screech, screech, screech. In the blink of an eye, another powerful Stage 6 Supreme had fallen. This scene was witnessed by the countless ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Lands who were fleeing in all directions. Instantly, the wave of panic became even more intense. Countless ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Lands let out violent howls, revealing endless fear and terror. Spurred by the desire to survive, they shot toward the edge of the forbidden mosquito land at an even faster speed. Yixian did not care about these at all. With a wave of his hand, rays of light shot out from the interior of the ironback blue wolf's lair in front of him, penetrating the atmosphere and shooting directly into his body. These were the various top-grade cultivation resources obtained from the ironback blue wolf's lair. After all, the target this time was a universe supreme, an existence second only to the primordial supreme and the great beings of the primordial era. Obviously, there would be many good things in his hands, and he could not miss out on these. In fact, when he killed the other 5 fellows earlier, Yixian did not miss out on collecting resources as well. No matter how short the time was, he would still collect them. This ironback blue wolf was indeed rich. Among the various top-grade cultivation resources that were collected by Yixian in his undying world, there were some extremely precious items that even Yixian was very tempted. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the shocking unforeseen event that happened not long ago in the Forbidden Mosquito Land. That time, after Xingbo left, the human elder and the primordial ferocious beast, who originally had the cultivation of a primordial supreme, fled in panic after possessing the original bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. The last 2 fellows who were left behind originally had the terrifying cultivation of a primordial supreme, but because of the self-destruction of their physical bodies, their cultivation fell to stage 6 supreme. Without exception, all of them died at the hands of Yixian. Unfortunately, Yixian entered the deepest region of the Forbidden Mosquito Land and searched the lair of Xingbo, the 3 men, and the beast, but did not find anything. This was understandable. Xingbo was about to leave, and these 4 fellows had long since made preparations to self-detonate before heading out to search for opportunities to seize bodies. The lair had naturally been cleaned up long ago, so how could there be any good items left behind? This matter made Yixian feel rather regretful, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, his return to the ferocious mosquito forbidden area this time had allowed him to gain quite a bit. Up until now, he'd already obtained 6 precious exalted blood essences and all the top-rate cultivation resources within the lairs of these 6 formidable exalted beings. It was absolutely a great harvest. Damn it. Sure enough, it's this fierce ape. What is he trying to do? He's actually hunting universe supremes? In such a short time, 6 of the 9 supreme beings left in the fearsome mosquito forbidden land have died? Crazy. He's definitely crazy. Isn't he afraid of provoking public anger? At this moment, numerous furious roars resounded from the distance in another direction, and they revealed boundless indignation. However, one could clearly notice a wisp of terror amongst them. These were the voices of divine senses, and all of them revealed the powerful auras of universe supremes, and they weren't at the early or middle stage, but at the late stage of the 7th level. Without a doubt, these 3 fellows were the last 3 7th-level supremes left in the fearsome mosquito forbidden land. There's no need to tangle with him. This fierce ape is crazy. Let's leave quickly. Such reckless hunting of universe supremes will definitely incur public anger. There are many top-tier and even super supreme forbidden lands and supreme star areas on both sides of the Milky Way star field. Although we can't do anything to him, the great beings of the primordial era and supreme primordial era can definitely deal with him. That's right. We must expose this matter. There's no need to tangle with him here. Let's split up, Shio. 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 As these voices of divine senses were heard again, 3 beams of light shot out from the 3 giant beastly stars in the distance. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the atmosphere of the stars and flew in 3 different directions. 7th-level supremes? Looking at the 3 beams of light rushing out and going in different directions, Yixian's eyes flashed coldly as he turned to look at them. He murmured, "If the 3 7th-level supremes were to gather together, I wouldn't be able to do anything. But now, since you're going to split up, if I grit my teeth and fight with all my might, it won't be too difficult to kill one of them. The success rate is at least above 50%. That's enough." Thinking of this, Yixian didn't hesitate anymore. He moved his body and immediately chased after the beam of light on the right. He let out a furious roar, giving off a feeling that he was about to go berserk, howl. The one in front, don't run. Stay and fight for another 300 rounds. I promise I won't beat the sh*t out of you. Halt. The three Universe Supremes, who were fleeing in different directions, shuddered at the same time when they heard those words and roared in anger. Although they were late-stage sovereigns and their cultivations were stronger than Yi Xian's, what Yi Xian had done the last time the ferocious mosquito forbidden area had left a deep impression on them. It could be said that in the depths of their hearts, these three late-stage Supremes were all fearful of Yi Xian. They didn't want to provoke him at all. At this moment, hearing his words, they let out an earth-shattering roar. This was clearly a sign that it was about to go berserk. It was already difficult to deal with an ordinary ferocious star beast when it went berserk. However, this was a star berserk ape that was known for its violent temperament, and it had such a fierce reputation in the past that even two primordial-era supreme beings were frightened by it and left in a hurry. If they were to stay and fight with it, they would definitely be beaten to a pulp. At the thought of this, the three late-stage Supremes trembled again. Without any hesitation, they rushed in different directions at a much faster speed. Seeing this, Yi Xian was relieved. He knew that everything was fine. Cold light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, a 9-colored light shot out from between his eyebrows and rushed toward the late-stage Supremes on the right. Although this light looked insignificant, as small as a firefly, its speed was much faster than lightning. This was the result of Yi Xian activating the domain power of the Shenong Cauldron to the extreme. Xiao, the 9-colored light shot out, and in just 2 breaths of time, it had already arrived near the late-stage sovereign on the right. Immediately after, with a thought from Yi Xian, the tiny 9-colored light that was like a firefly instantly expanded in the wind. In less than half a breath, it turned into a vast 9-colored sea of flames, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It blocked the late-stage Supreme's path and surroundings. Howl. Chapter 45-56. What's the point of asking such nonsense? Whoosh! As he spoke, Bao Yuan's figure shot forward and soon arrived at the edge of the 9-colored sea of flames. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian let out a light roar in the next moment. The enormous ape that was 60 million kilometers long instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that merged into the 9-colored sea of flames in front of him. Almost at the same time, 3 gigantic figures that were millions of miles long rose from the ground in the vast 9-colored sea of flames. They surrounded the trapped late-stage Supreme being in a triangle formation, trapping him in the middle. Since you can't leave, why don't you have a good fight with me? Speaking of which, I haven't killed a late-stage Supreme being yet. Boom! 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 Before the furious roar had died down, a world-shaking explosion rang out. The 3 Blood Sea clones attacked at the same time. They were trapped in the center, and their bodies were enveloped in a ball of light. It was impossible to see clearly, and it was impossible to tell what kind of astral ferocious beast they belonged to. The late-stage Supreme being attacked. You're too arrogant, Bao Yuan. Even if you have the Blood Sea secret technique and can condense 3 avatars of the same battle strength, you still can't kill me. As the 3 Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time, the late-stage Supreme being in the middle said disdainfully. At this moment he calmed down. Since he was already trapped, it was useless no matter how angry he was. Buzz, a low buzzing sound was heard. The late-stage Supreme being, whose figure was originally shrouded in a halo and couldn't be seen clearly, seemed to have used some kind of secret technique. A layer of green light shrouded his entire body. This scene was similar to the scene of the 2 middle-aged humans whose realms had dropped. Bang! Bang bang! 3 earth-shattering explosions were heard. The 3 Blood Sea avatars' punches landed on the green light shroud at the same time. Unfortunately, although the green light shroud shook violently, it resisted and wasn't broken in the end. See? Bao Yuan, the strength of your 3 Blood Sea avatars is merely between the 4th and 5th levels of the Supreme Realm, while your main body is a late-stage Supreme Realm of the 7th levels. Before the earth-shattering explosion had even subsided, the voice of the late-stage Supreme Being rang out from within the azure light barrier. This time, he was much more relaxed, and there was even a hint of mockery in his voice. Our strength is not on the same level. Even if it's just a layer of energy shield, you won't be able to blast it open. Although your 9-colored flames C can trap me here, since you can't break this energy shield, what can you do to me? Don't forget, you don't have much time left. Very soon, the primordial masters and even the supreme masters of the ancients from the other forbidden lands will arrive. When that time comes, you won't be able to escape even if you have the 9-colored flames C. At this point, there was a brief moment of silence in the cyan light barrier. But very soon, the late-stage Supreme Master, who had not revealed his true appearance until now, suddenly changed the topic, and his tone became persuasive. Bao Yuan, there is no enmity between you and me. Why do you have to do this? If this battle continues, you won't be able to get any benefits. On the contrary, the longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for you. If there really is a supreme master of the ancient desolate realm from the other forbidden lands, it will be too late for you to regret. Retreat. It's still not too late to leave now. Bao Yuan, this is all I have to say. You don't make a mistake. After saying these words, the late-stage Supreme Master in the cyan light barrier did not say anything else, as if he was certain that Yi Xian could not do anything to him. He was probably secretly pleased with himself within the cyan light barrier at this moment. Don't make a mistake? I won't give you this sentence. Because today, you will definitely die. Roar. As the late-stage Supreme Master finished speaking, Yi Xian's voice rang out from the mouths of the 3 Blood Sea avatars at the same time. Then, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 Blood Sea avatars at the same time. In the next moment, the Bao Yuan avatar and the Black Fog avatar roared again, and one from the left and one from the right attacked the late-stage Supreme Master in front of them, whose entire body was enveloped in the cyan light barrier. But the incomparably ferocious skeleton avatar stopped abruptly at this moment, and quickly raised its left arm. At this time, Yi Xian had no other choice. The other party was right. He did not have much time, and he had to end this battle as soon as possible. Therefore, he could only use the supreme skill, the heaven-falling bow, and fully activate it. Buzz! Almost at the same time, a weak low buzzing sound rang out. A ferocious energy bow rapidly formed on the left arm of the skeleton avatar. Its shape was rather ancient and mysterious, and the bow was made up of 3 parts. In the middle was a 2-headed monster, and its wide open mouth was facing up and down. The upper and lower parts of the bow were 2 humanoid creatures with their bodies bowed. The 2-headed monster's wide open mouth swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' legs and a part of their calves respectively. The connecting point of the bow happened to be their painfully raised heads, and their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were at the sides of their mouths. They seemed to be howling, and their expressions were inexplicably strange. A bowstring formed by countless fine golden threads was connected to the 2 humanoid creatures' wide mouths at both ends. Then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. Soon, the eyes of the skeleton avatar also burst out with a strange golden glow, and it stretched out its right hand. It directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in its left hand, holding the energy arrow, and slowly pulled the bowstring. Buzz! An incomparably low buzzing sound suddenly rang out. At this moment, even the surrounding void seemed to have a formless wave, as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already caused the void to tremble. Swoosh! An extremely sharp sound pierced through the air. At this moment, the skeleton avatar directly released its right hand that was pinching the golden energy arrow, and the energy arrow, which was already filled to the brim with power, instantly shot out. It seemed that even the void was instantly torn apart. As the golden arrow burst out, a trail of black flame-like waves appeared behind it. In the blink of an eye, the golden arrow whistled out at an extremely fast speed and instantly approached the boundless light shield. It directly pierced through it and rushed into the light shield. No! At this moment, a ruthless roar sounded, revealing endless unwillingness and despair. Unfortunately, this could not change anything. Everything that happened next was without suspense. In the blink of an eye, the late-stage supreme martial artist in the center of the sea of flames directly collapsed into powder. The huge body completely exploded into a dazzling bloody mist, and then spread out. Swoosh! Chapter 45-57 Xiao! In the blink of an eye, the boundless sea of flames that enveloped an area of 10 million kilometers instantly condensed into a speck that looked like a firefly. It swiftly shot over and entered the space between Bao Yuan's brows before disappearing without a trace. At this time, Yi Xian had already removed the Blood Sea secret technique, and the 3 Blood Sea avatars disappeared. Currently, the cultivation aura emanating from his body was still that of a 4th-order Universe Supreme, but his figure was only about 3 meters tall. 7. The harvest this time is really a pleasant surprise. Just now, when this late-stage sovereign was killed, the number of sovereign blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had already reached a total of 7. Just these 7 sovereign blood essences alone were enough for him to refine 3 level 28 supreme treasure pellets. The fierce mosquito Forbidden Land is worthless now. 7 of the 9 supreme beings were killed, and 2 escaped. As he spoke, Yi Xian turned his head to look at the 3 enormous stars in the distant void. That was the lair of the 3 late-stage sovereigns that had just been killed and escaped. They left suddenly. Although the most important treasures must have been taken away, there might still be some left in the lairs. These were top-grade cultivation resources obtained from the lairs of supreme beings at the late stage of the 7th level. Even if they were not the most precious items, they were still very valuable to Yi Xian. He had not robbed the lairs of late-stage supreme beings before. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he would not miss it. Thinking of this, he immediately pushed his divine consciousness to the extreme, and it shrouded the 3 ferocious beast stars in the distance. Through the atmosphere of the stars, he entered the interior and started a thorough investigation. The next moment, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. He had indeed gained something, and it was not a small amount. The top-grade cultivation resources left in the 3 giant stars were even more valuable than the lairs of the iron-back blue wolf that he had plundered. There were rare treasures and medicines among them, and even Yi Xian was envious. Xiao. Then, with Yi Xian's thought, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air was heard. In the distant void, rays of light shot out from the 3 giant stars. A large amount of rare top-grade cultivation resources were all wrapped up and sent into the undying world in Yi Xian's body. After finishing all this, he did not hesitate and did not delay any longer. He directly activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. His figure turned into a ray of light and directly disappeared on the spot. This time, the interstellar coordinate jump point that he had locked onto was still the same as before. When his figure reappeared, he was already near the nesting star that nurtured his strongest avatar. Divine Yi Xian extended his divine sense and confirmed that the lairs of the lairs and its surroundings were as usual. After a while, he turned into a ray of light and went into the core of the giant abandoned star used for closed-door training. Therefore, after the last battle, he immediately returned here because Yi Xian was about to enter closed-door training to break through another level of cultivation. In the previous battle, he had used all his strength to activate the fallen sky bow. His blood, qi, and true yuan in his body were almost depleted. Although he had not reached the point of breaking through, in addition to the continuous battles, the time for another breakthrough had arrived. Xiao! With a wave of his hand, the farmer god cauldron was summoned and suspended in the core space of the giant abandoned star. Xiao! Then Yi Xian stepped into the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. After sitting down cross-legged, he waved his hand and the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Very quickly. Soon, rays of light shot out and suspended in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body. After doing all this, Yi Xian immediately activated the domain of the farmer god cauldron. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. In the next moment, the expected clanking sound of the chains came from all over the place, ringing continuously in his body. This time, there was still only one shackle that appeared within Yi Xian's body. This was within his expectations. After all, he was already at the middle stage of the Universe Master stage. It was basically impossible for him to have 2 consecutive breakthroughs or 3 consecutive breakthroughs like before. After sighing with emotion for a moment, Yixian quickly focused his attention and used all his strength to activate the great river of energy that had just formed in his body. He circulated it through the 100 meridians in his body over and over again, accumulating his strength. The heart-wrenching pain came quickly and enveloped Yixian's entire body and mind. However, to him, this was no longer a big deal. It had long become a daily occurrence. Following, time passed slowly. Yixian focused all his attention and performed a great cycle of circulation with all his strength. This time, the progress of his breakthrough was obviously slower than usual. After a full 7 days, the huge river of energy that had formed in his body was finally completely refined. Then, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. When this shackle completely broke, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 4th stage universe master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's blood energy. Current realm, 4th stage universe master. 4th stage universe master. Previously, Yixian's original body's cultivation was at 3rd stage universe master. Once the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body was activated, he could ascend to 4th stage universe master. If he performed the 9 demon ape transformations technique, he could reach the 9th transformation. His strength immediately soared to 4th stage universe supreme master. With the addition of the majestic blood energy of his physical body, he was comparable to a 5th stage supreme master. Now, after another breakthrough, after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, at this moment he had the power of a 5th stage universe master. If he performed the 9 demon ape transformations bloodline technique and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak combat power could reach 5th stage universe supreme master. If taking into account the terrifying blood energy of his 60-million-mile-long physical body under the 9th transformation of the violent ape, his combat power could basically be compared to a 6th stage universe supreme master. A 6th stage universe supreme master was already at the peak of the middle stage universe supreme master. He was only 1 step away from entering the late stage universe supreme master. Yixian still had the blood sea secret technique. Once he performed the clone power of this secret technique, he could condense 3 blood sea clones with the power of a 6th stage universe supreme master. If he encountered a late-stage universe supreme master of the 7th stage universe supreme master in a 3-on-1 battle, he wouldn't need to use the fallen sky bow to kill the opponent. As for an 8th stage universe supreme master, Yixian could also kill him if he used the fallen sky bow. Even if he encountered a 9th stage universe supreme master, which was a quasi-primordial supreme master, he could barely ensure his own safety. Chapter 45-58. Even though I've made another breakthrough, I still don't have the power and qualification to face the great beings of the primordial era head-on. It seems that my current level of cultivation is far from enough. I have to continue improving and making breakthroughs. With a flash of cold light, Yixian murmured softly. However, after becoming a mid-stage universe master, every breakthrough is more difficult than before. This time, it took me 7 days, which is a clear proof of that. In the past, even if I had just made a breakthrough, I could have clenched my teeth and continued to cultivate in seclusion if necessary. I was certain that I could forcibly make another breakthrough, but now that I've become a mid-stage universe master, there's basically no such possibility. If I want to continue cultivating in seclusion, I'll have to go through many battles to consolidate and digest what I've gained from my previous breakthroughs. At this point, Yixian paused for a moment, then clenched his teeth and made a decision. If that's the case, I'll continue to hunt. On the one hand, I'll train myself through the battles to consolidate my cultivation and what I've gained after the breakthrough. On the other hand, I'll also get more supreme blood essence. However, this time, I'm afraid I can only wait for an opportunity to strike secretly like before. After a thunderous strike, I'll immediately withdraw and go far away. After all, with the escape of the 2 late-stage supreme beings from the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, Many beings in the supreme forbidden lands on the right side of the Milky Way have their eyes on me again. In the beginning, I only hunted emperors, followed by universe knights and universe masters. Now, in less than a year, I've started to hunt universe supremes. This is too strange. I'm afraid even the great beings of the primordial era have become vigilant. Even the supreme beings of the universe must be in danger. In other words, either no one has their eyes on me this time, or if there is, it's at least a great being of the primordial era, or even a supreme being of the primordial era. So, for safety's sake, the only choice is to change places and start to hunt. At this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. He stood up and stepped out of the mouth of Farmer God Cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the cauldron entered his body. Then Xian activated the Blood Sea secret technique and turned his body into a tiny drop of blood. Then he performed a perfect vibration spiritual power secret technique and concealed the blood drop. The terrifying pressure of a 5th-level universe supreme was perfectly concealed. True, after making sure that nothing was wrong, he rushed out of the abandoned star in an instant. He rushed toward the right bank of the Milky Way in front of him, where there were a large number of forbidden areas and star regions. Then he rushed toward it. After 10 days or so, Xian once again arrived at the right bank of the Milky Way, an area surrounded by a large number of forbidden lands and star regions. This time, he didn't stop at the middle section of the right bank of the Milky Way, nor did he go to the right side of the right bank where the mosquito forbidden area was located. Instead, he went to the left side of the right bank of the Milky Way. He planned to choose a suitable high-level forbidden area to make his move in this area. In the ultimate forbidden lands and ultimate starfields, the most powerful being was the supreme ancient desolation. And in the ultimate forbidden lands and ultimate starfields, the most powerful being was the supreme ancient desolation. As for the ultimate forbidden lands, the most powerful being was the supreme ancient desolation. However, the number varied. Some ultimate forbidden lands only had 1 supreme ancient desolation, while others had 2 or 3 supreme ancient desolation, or even more. This, one of Xian's goals, was to continue hunting. Although it included obtaining more supreme blood essence along the way, it wasn't the main goal anymore. The main goal was to find the supreme ancient desolation and fight them. Through bloody battles, he could train himself. Therefore, unless it was necessary, he wouldn't even use the Blood Sea secret technique's power of his body. Instead, he would only use the violent ape body to fight and kill his opponent. Whoosh! An almost undetectable sound broke through the air. Xian, who had concealed all his aura, transformed into a drop of blood and rushed into the edge of an ultimate forbidden land in front of him. Xian hadn't been to this ultimate forbidden land before, so he didn't know what its level was. However, it didn't matter. He could kill any undying ferocious beast in the ultimate forbidden land and search its soul, and he could instantly obtain everything he wanted to know. After entering this ultimate forbidden land, a figure appeared in Xian's vision in the ultimate forbidden land, about 100 million miles ahead of him in the ultimate forbidden land. This space ferocious beast's cultivation level met the requirements. It was an undying marquis. Now, a space ferocious beast with the cultivation level of an undying marquis was no different from a real ant in Xian's eyes. He didn't even need to reveal too much of his aura to kill it easily. With a thought, Xian's body disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside the undying marquis. He didn't even remove the perfect vibration of his spiritual power. He only released a small part of his power, and the undying marquis body completely exploded. No, when this bloody mist spread out, an extremely strong suction force wrapped up all the bloody mist and sent it into the farmer god cauldron in his body. Xian didn't care about this marquis blood essence anymore, but he couldn't let this bloody mist spread in the ultimate forbidden land. It was extremely inappropriate. If it attracted some unnecessary attention, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Then, at the same time, within the bloody mist, a strand of remnant soul was swept up by Xian. He directly absorbed it into his body and started to search its soul. After a short period of time, Yi Xian had basically found out everything about this forbidden area. Fortunately, this was indeed a senior ultimate forbidden land. While there were not many Universe Supremes guarding this ultimate forbidden land, but there were also not many Universe Supremes guarding this ultimate forbidden land. Until, of the two Universe Supremes, one was a 5th-level Universe Supremes, and the other was a 4th-level Universe Supremes. Now, when Yi Xian performed the 9th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformation bloodline technique in his body, the cultivation level displayed was a 5th-level Universe Supremes. However, if one were to include the majestic energy and blood within his enormous body, his true combat power would be boosted by another level, which was a 6th-level Universe Supremes. If, now, fighting one against 2 Universe Supremes at 4th-level Universe Supremes and 5th-level Universe Supremes at the same time would be the best way for Yi Xian to train himself. If that's the case, then there's no need to hesitate. My first stop shall be here. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. As he muttered to himself, a ray of cold light flashed across his eyes. Words. Before he finished speaking, his body had already transformed into an invisible ray of light and shot toward the deepest part of the ultimate forbidden land. Chapter 45-59. Xiu. A faint sound broke through the air, and an invisible light rushed in from the edge of this senior supreme forbidden land at a speed faster than lightning. It went straight to the deepest part of the forbidden land. This light was Yi Xian, who had performed the Blood Sea secret technique and transformed into a drop of blood. Although his body was small, he was now in the 9th form of the 9 changes of demonic ape bloodline technique, so his power was at the level of a 5th-level Universe Supreme. He deactivated the Blood Sea secret technique and restored the size of the drop of blood to the size of 60 million miles in size of the space violent ape. Then the boundless and terrifying power of blood in such a huge body would be able to increase his power. He would, as a result, his combat power was boosted by another level, and he was now comparable to a 6th-order Universe Supremacy. Of course, if he were to use the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, then Yi Xian would instantly condense 3 Blood Sea clones that all had the battle prowess of a 6th-order sovereign, but this time, he didn't intend to do so. Because the reason why he had come to this advanced Supreme Forbidden Area was not to kill Universe Supreme beings and obtain Supreme Blood Essence. But he wanted to use the battle to train himself, digest the gains from the previous breakthrough, and find an opportunity to break through again in a short time. In that case, it was naturally impossible for him to use the power of the Blood Sea secret technique and form 3 Blood Sea clones to defeat him with numbers. That would be the exact opposite of his goal. Xiu. At extreme speed, the drop of blood that Yi Xian had transformed into crossed the distance of the endless void in the blink of an eye and arrived at the deepest part of this senior supreme forbidden land. Before, about 200 million miles away, 2 giant star beasts appeared in his field of vision. One was on the left and one was on the right, and they were only about 200 to 300 million miles away from each other. It was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. It was exactly what he wanted. With a thought, he removed the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique that concealed his body and all his aura. In an instant, the tiny blood drop that was like a firefly appeared. It looked inconspicuous. The aura of the blood drop was extremely terrifying. It was at the level of a 5th-level Universe Supreme. At this moment, everyone in the ultimate Forbidden Grounds felt the powerful pressure of a 5th-stage sovereign. Countless ferocious beasts on the ferocious beasts' stars trembled in fear. Then, even universe masters hid in their nests and didn't dare to show their faces. However, in the 2 giant ferocious beast stars 200 million kilometers ahead, 2 extremely powerful auras instantly surged out. That was even compared to Yi Xian's aura. On the left, the giant beast star on the side exuded the aura of a 5th-order Universe Supreme. On the right, there was another ferocious beast star that was 200 to 300 million miles away. The aura that emanated from it was that of a 4th-level Universe Supreme. Roar! Get out! Feeling the fierceness of the 2 supreme auras, Yi Xian's fighting spirit was fully aroused at that moment. Following an earth-shattering roar, this drop of blood that was as weak as a firefly instantly expanded with the wind. In less than half a breath, it had already transformed into a terrifying violent ape that was 60 million kilometers in size. This enormous ape was almost the same size as the two giant star beasts in front, and it was even slightly bigger. At this moment, the aura emanating from Raging Star Ape's body was still that of a fifth-level Universe Supreme, but in fact, due to the terrifying power of blood and chi in such a huge body, Raging Star Ape's combat power was comparable to that of a sixth-level Universe Supreme. Boom. Punk. Without the slightest hesitation, a cold light flashed in its eyes, and the violent star ape suddenly threw two punches from 200 to 300 million kilometers away toward the two giant ferocious stars on the left and right in front of it. An earth-shattering explosion was heard, and the two giant star beasts exploded almost at the same time. Countless beasts within the star beasts were bleeding, and without a sound, they exploded into blood mist. Shio! 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 At the same time, as the two giant star beasts exploded, rays of light shot toward the violent ape from the inside of the star. There were a number of them. There was a lot of them, and they covered the sky and earth. As if attracted by a powerful force, they were extremely fast and disappeared into the body of the violent ape in the blink of an eye. These rays of light were all top-tier cultivation resources from the two giant star beasts. They were the private belongings of the two Universe Supreme beings guarding this senior forbidden land. However, on the one hand, they were caught off guard by the violent ape's sudden attack. On the other hand, the violent ape's current combat power was comparable to a sixth-stage Supreme being, and his divine sense was extremely powerful. He locked onto the various top-tier resources that appeared after the two star beasts exploded and collected them immediately. The supreme-level existences guarding these two ferocious beast stars couldn't stop it at all. In the blink of an eye, the various top-tier cultivation resources that they had collected for many years were taken away by the invading enemy and sent into the undying world in their bodies. It was definitely a slap in the face, and it could instantly arouse the anger of these two supreme beings to the extreme. This was also the purpose of Xianxia's actions. He came here to train himself with a great battle, but he didn't have the time to play with these two guys slowly. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Xianxia. Therefore, he had to completely enrage the other party from the beginning, so that the battle would enter a real white-hot state from the moment it began. His purpose had obviously been achieved. The effect of this was unexpectedly good. Roar! Violent ape, you bandit! This is simply a blatant robbery. Immediately hand over all the cultivation resources, including your own share, or else die. Screech! In an instant, earth-shattering roars and howls rang out. Then, two huge figures rushed out from the two giant ferocious beast stars that were rumbling and exploding. These were two blood-horned devil antelopes, and their bodies were actually tens of millions of miles long. The aura of cultivation emitted from their bodies was that of a fourth-stage Supreme Being and a fifth-stage Supreme Being. At this moment, as soon as they rushed out of the beast's nest that had exploded in an instant, the two blood-horned devil antelopes immediately raised their hooves in the void space, and their bodies were wrapped in a thick blood fog that couldn't be dispersed. One on the left and one on the right, with their heads lowered and the huge blood-colored horns on their heads, they charged toward Xianxia angrily. It was said that the body of the violent ape was huge, at least 60 million miles long, but the aura of cultivation emitted from his body was only that of a fifth-stage Supreme. Between the two of them, one was an existence of the same level, and the other was only a small level weaker. No matter how one looked at this battle, they had the upper hand, so there was no fear at all. Chapter 4560. The two of you are really extraordinarily confident. Hearing that, Xianxia laughed. Hearing the two bloodhorn devil antelopes' words, Xianxia was so angry that he almost laughed. Since that's the case, this Star Lord won't take advantage of you today and crush you with my sixth order venerable strength. I want to see if the two of you can take away this Star Lord's cultivation resources. After raising his head and roaring, Xianxia's divine sense sounded again, and the violent star ape's 60 million li long body began to shrink in an instant. Short in less than half a breath, he had shrunk to 10 million li long, and was no different from the two bloodhorn devil antelopes charging at him from the left and right. With this, Yi Xian used the Blood Sea secret technique to shrink his body. His originally 60 million li long body's boundless vitality was instantly weakened to the extreme. Today's Yi Xian's cultivation strength was no longer comparable to a 6th order venerable, but compared to a 5th order venerable he was still slightly stronger, but only by a very limited amount. He was between the 6th order venerable and 5th order venerable. Fighting these two bloodhorn devil antelopes with this kind of cultivation strength would maximize the effect of training Yi Xian. Not only would he not use the Fallen Sky Bow and other supreme divine abilities in this battle, but he would also not use the Shenong 9-colored flame and the big-headed black stick. From the beginning to the end, he would use his bare fists to fight these two bloodhorn devil antelopes, who had similar cultivation strength. This way, he would be able to quickly digest the gains in his body from the previous breakthrough and welcome the opportunity to break through again. This was indeed very helpless, but Yi Xian had no choice. After entering the mid-stage universe Lord Realm, the time required for each breakthrough became longer and longer, and he urgently needed to increase his cultivation strength, so he simply did not have enough time to wait for the opportunity to break through again and again. Only using this method to forcefully fight for it. Swish, as soon as his body shrunk, Yi Xian immediately used void teleportation. With a shake of his shoulders, his colossal body instantly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was behind the bloody horn devil antelope on the right in the blink of an eye. Without the slightest hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fist and punched. Boom! But amidst the rolling thunder, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. This 4th order venerable blood-horn devil antelope's entire right leg exploded. Oh, this attack was caught off guard, and it was obviously extremely heavy. The pitiful bloodhorn devil antelope actually raised its head and let out a wolf howl under the intense pain. It was incomparably mournful and caused one to shed tears. Universe Supremes were not so easy to kill. Even First-Order Supremes were like that, not to mention this bloody-horned devil antelope, who had the powerful cultivation of a 4th-order universe supremacy. Compared to Yi Xian, it was only a small order weaker. Although this punch had caused him to suffer a significant loss, it was obviously far from enough to kill him. In the blink of an eye, the majestic qi and blood from the explosion of its huge right hind leg seemed to be sucked in by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, it surged into the body of the bloody-horned devil antelope. At the same time, the bloody-horned devil antelope's right hind leg that had just exploded regrew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath, it had already recovered to its original state. Just like that, it was as if the scene just now had never happened. All of this was within Yi Xian's expectations, but he did not care at all. His goal was not to kill these two bloody-horned devil antelopes as quickly as possible, but to use them as sparring partners to hone himself as much as possible. While Yi Xian had used all his strength in that punch just now, and the power in his body had surged to the extreme, the effect of honing himself had obviously been achieved. But this was far from enough. He needed more to digest the gains from the previous breakthrough and welcome a new breakthrough opportunity. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. After raising his head and roaring, his figure flashed and rushed towards the 5th-order bloody-horned devil antelope on the other side, raising his fist and punching. Bao Yuan, you're only a 5th-order venerable, yet you're delusional enough to challenge the two of us at the same time. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Today, we must make you stay. Even if we can't kill you, don't think you can escape easily. If you don't hand over all the cultivation resources, the two of us will bite you to death and hunt you down. Roar! Seeing Yi Xian's figure rush over, a trace of disdain flashed across the 5th-order bloody-horned devil antelope's eyes, and the voice of its divine sense was transmitted. Finally, with a violent roar, the 5th-order bloody-horned devil antelope lowered its head, and the incomparably ferocious blood-colored horn on its head instantly stabbed towards Bao Yuan's abdomen. However, if a 5th-stage sovereign, whose cultivation was similar to his, were to attack with all his strength, were to be struck by this ferocious blood-colored giant horn, then Yi Xian would instantly have his intestines flowing out. Although, it was impossible for him to die here, and it might not even be considered a serious injury. However, this kind of situation was obviously not something he was willing to accept. Grind training oneself wasn't asking to be abused. Yi Xian needed to fight without holding back and not be injured. Xiao. In an instant he activated the void teleportation and his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the 5th Order bloody-horned devil antelope. Almost at the same time, Bao Yuan's right fist suddenly punched out, boom. Rumbling thunder resounded in the void. With this attack, all the power in Yi Xian's body surged, giving him a kind of incisive and carefree feeling. Are you the only one who can use the void teleportation? This is really interesting. Unfortunately, just as he punched out, the 5th Order bloody-horned devil antelope's divine sense voice sounded, revealing endless ridicule. Fruit, however, just as Yi Xian's fist was about to hit its back, the 5th Order bloody-horned devil antelope's figure instantly disappeared. Just like Yi Xian, it also used the void teleportation at the most critical moment. Moreover, it wasn't just him. Xiao! An imperceptible sound of breaking through the air rang out. On the other side of the void, the 4th Order bloody-horned devil antelope's figure instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was directly behind Yi Xian. Without making a sound, it bent its head down and immediately pierced towards Bao Yuan's back with the ferocious blood horn on its head. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Right just as he was about to dodge to the right, a layer of fine rippling scales that looked like fish scales appeared in the void of the universe on his right. It was clearly the sign of the void teleportation. The position that the 5th Order bloody-horned devil antelope chose to appear after this teleportation was coincidentally on the right side of Yi Xian, directly sealing off his path of retreat. In an instant, the figure of the 5th Order bloody-horned devil antelope appeared. With a raise of its right hoof, it directly stomped towards Yi Xian's chest. At this moment, a mocking voice filled with endless disdain rang out, GGG. Chapter 4561. Making a mountain out of a molehill? Lao Lao mustering a large force? Such words were senseless and strange, but in an instant, Yi Xian became vigilant. Bang! The sound was heard, and Yi Xian's mind was filled with anger. He had only hurriedly dodged the hoof of the demonic antelope. Although he was not hit in the chest, half of his left shoulder was hit and turned into a bloody mist. But at the same time, Yi Xian had also avoided the attack of the blood horn of the demonic antelope of the 4th Order behind him. His figure took advantage of the momentum to fly hundreds of millions of kilometers away. This could only be considered a small injury. When Yi Xian's figure stabilized, half of his shoulder, which had just been blown off, had already completely recovered. Yi Xian didn't care about all of this at all. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape as it swept its gaze across the 2 blood-horned devil antelopes. The voice of its divine sense rang out, "Are you guys acting? Deliberately stalling for time? This place. It's clearly a trap. Tisk, tisk, even if I accidentally let it slip, so what if you know about it? A few supreme experts will arrive soon. Violent ape, today, you won't be able to escape." Boom. Rumble. Amidst the strange laughter, the 2 blood-horned devil antelopes admitted it on the spot. Then, without saying anything else, their bodies flashed, and they once again charged towards Yi Xian from the left and right. Who said that this Star Lord would escape? Since you want to die quickly, this Star Lord, I will do as you wish. A cold light flashed in his eyes. As soon as the voice came out of his mouth, he suddenly waved his hand. Swish! Swish! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, a tiny 9-colored light that was like a firefly instantly shot out. Welcome. As the storm expanded, it turned into an incomparably dazzling 9-colored sea of flames in the blink of an eye. It enveloped the void of the universe within a radius of 10,000 miles, and its speed was even faster to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the demonic antelope of the 5th step on the left. While blocking its path, It also circled around it from all directions. In less than half a breath's time, it was already trapped within the nine-colored sea of flames. Several almost at the same time, the huge body of the violent ape collapsed on the spot. It transformed into a scarlet sea of blood and shot through the sky like a waterfall. Its speed was also extremely fast. Wink in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind the Fourth Order Supreme Devil Antelope. In an instant, the blood-red chain expanded, transforming into a sea of blood that sealed off the Fourth Order Supreme Devil Antelope from all directions. Roar, roar. Without any suspense, an earth-shattering roar rang out. This is in this boundless sea of blood that covered thousands of miles of the void, three enormous figures rose from the ground. Zalday took up positions in a triangle formation and surrounded the Grade 4 demonic antelope. Swaying, before the furious roar had died down, the three Blood Sea avatars that had just risen from the ground swung their fists at the same time, bombarding the center of the besieged area with all their might. Bang! An earth-shattering boom rang out as the Rank 4 Devil Antelope fought 1 against 3. Moreover, these three were all Blood Sea clones whose battle prowess was comparable to that of a Rank 6 sovereign. Without the slightest bit of resistance, he didn't even have the chance to wail. Under this joint attack, his huge body had already turned into a bloody mist with a strong smell and spread out. Roar! At the same time, in the void hundreds of millions of miles away to the left, a second earth-shattering sound rang out. This was the Rank 5 Devil Antelope's earth-shattering roar as its eyes were about to split open. Don't worry, it's your turn soon. Yi Xian's voice came out, and at the same time, the three Blood Sea avatars collapsed at the same time, turning into a rain of blood that merged into the boundless sea of blood beneath their feet. Walala, whoosh! Whoosh. A weak splash and the sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the boundless sea of blood beneath their feet quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a weak bloody light and shot over, entering the nine-colored flame sea that trapped the demonic antelope. Rumble! At the same time, within the nine-colored flame sea, the three Blood Sea avatars rose from the ground at the same time. Their eyes flashed with a cold light as they punched towards the demonic antelope in the center. The entire boundless nine-colored flame sea was also activated at this moment. With an unstoppable and terrifying might, it compressed and crushed towards the center of the sea of flames. Boom! Bang! Facing the crushing power of the nine-colored flame sea and the joint attack of the three Blood Sea avatars with the terrifying cultivation of the Sixth Order Sovereign, the demonic antelope of the fifth step couldn't possibly withstand it. In the blink of an eye, his body had already been crushed by the terrifying pressure of the nine-colored flame sea, turning into a majestic blood mist that whistled through the air, and he fell. Whoosh! With a light sigh, the other two Blood Sea avatars collapsed and disappeared into the nine-colored flame sea beneath their feet. At this moment, Bao Yuan waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the boundless blood mist that had just spread out from the sea of blood was swept up. After absorbing it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shenong cauldron and began the blood essence condensation. After doing all this, Yi Xian thought for a moment, and the sea of flames shrank, turning into a nine-colored light the size of a firefly, and entered his body. Until now, the two middle-stage sovereign demonic antelopes in this high-level forbidden area were all killed by him in just a few breaths of time. As a result, the number of sovereign blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached a shocking 9. However, in his heart he didn't feel much joy. Although after experiencing the earth-shattering battle just now, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested and integrated into his body, and the opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. However, in this battle, Yi Xian's expectations were originally going to be even more intense and vivid. How unexpectedly, something unexpected happened midway, forcing him to kill the two blood-horned demonic antelopes as quickly as possible. Such as this really made him feel like he hadn't enjoyed himself to the fullest, and there was a kind of knot in his chest that he really couldn't get rid of. But now that the situation was like this, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only leave. These two blood-horned demonic antelopes wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. If nothing unexpected happened, several ancient almighty existences from an unknown forbidden area were rushing over here at top speed. Such as if only one of them arrived, it would be extremely difficult for Yi Xian to leave. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He immediately contacted the devouring system in his body, wanting to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and leave. Also, it was at this moment that an inexplicable invisible pressure suddenly descended out of thin air. In less than a tenth of a breath, it had completely enveloped the vast void of this high-level forbidden area. Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. This was clearly the rhythm of the arrival of a certain ancient almighty. Facing an existence of this level, he could no longer smoothly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and leave in an instant. This time, he had really failed miserably. Chapter 4562. Just as Yi Xian was about to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body and leave in an instant, an inexplicable invisible pressure suddenly descended out of thin air. In less than a tenth of a breath, it had completely enveloped the vast void of this high-level forbidden area. It was clear that a desolate era almighty expert had already arrived here. The pressure in his body had been pushed to the extreme and had already locked this void. After all, it was a desolate era almighty expert with extraordinary means and unpredictable mysterious secret methods and methods. Under this kind of pressure, even if Yi Xian had the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the devouring system in his body, it would be impossible for him to leave in an instant. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the blood sea secret method to shrink his body to only a few feet tall. At the same time, he waved his hand and immediately summoned the Shenong cauldron. Swoosh! A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a ray of light shot out. As it expanded with the wind, it instantly turned into a treasured cauldron that was larger than a star. Without any hesitation, as soon as the Shenong cauldron was summoned, Yi Xian immediately stepped forward. In a flash, he arrived at the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, his heart that was hanging in his throat finally settled down, but it was only half down. Because, with the Shenong cauldron, not to mention the Desolate Era Almighty Expert, even the Desolate Era Supreme Expert would not be able to hurt Yi Xian. Only existences at the level of the Primeval Heaven's Eye or Xingbo would be able to do anything to him. However, that was all. No one else could hurt him. However, with the Primordial Era's supreme beings surrounding him and eyeing him covetously, it was impossible for Yi Xian to successfully withdraw from the battle. Except, it was not the headless corpse, but for this matter, Yi Xian did not dare to expect too much. That guy would only react when Yi Xian was facing a life-and-death crisis. In a situation like now, where he was only trapped and could ensure his own safety, the headless corpse would most likely ignore him. Boom! Rumble. Also, at this moment, in the surrounding void, thunderous booms rang out, accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping. This was the sound of powerful existences tearing through the void. A cold light flashed in Xian's eyes. He immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the commotion. While because of this, the expression on his face instantly darkened, it wasn't just one powerful existence that was tearing through space to descend. There were 12 of them. Among them, there were 4 great beings from the primordial era and 8 universe supreme beings, but they were all covered by a layer of light, so it was impossible to tell what kind of space beasts they were. It was even impossible to determine whether they were space beasts or great beings of the remnants. What made him feel uneasy was that the 12 descending existences were all stronger than Yi Xian. Needless to say, there were 4 remote antiquity great masters. 2 of them were in the early stage and the other 2 were in the middle stage. None of them were Yi Xian's match. Even the 8 universe supremes were no match for Yi Xian in a one-on-one battle. The 8 universe supremes were all beings in the later stage of this realm. The weakest one was at the 7th level of the universe supremes, and the strongest one was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the universe supremes. In other words, he was a great being from the primordial era. Previously, Xian had been rather disdainful towards the words of the two blood-horned devil antelopes. But now, after seeing the 12 existences that were tearing through space and descending with a rumbling sound, even he had this feeling in his heart. Just to deal with him, this group of beings was indeed making a mountain out of a molehill. He suspected that they were making a mountain out of a molehill. With such a luxurious lineup, if half of them came, Xian wouldn't even know how to escape today. Now, there were 12 of them, and he was even more perplexed. It could be said that if the headless infant corpse didn't make a move, there was almost no chance for him to escape. Even if he hid in the Shen cauldron, he might not be absolutely safe. These were 4 great beings from the primordial era. Who knew if they had any special tricks up their sleeves? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At this moment, as the rumbling thunder in the void disappeared, a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. These 12 powerful beings had finally all descended on this senior supreme forbidden area. Swoosh. As the cracks in the surrounding void rapidly closed up, 12 fine rays of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into 12 light balls with a radius of 10,000 feet. They were of different colors, and they surrounded the Shen cauldron 500 million miles away. Among them, the 4 strongest light balls that emitted the aura of the great beings from the primordial era were located in the north, south, east, and west. The other 8 light balls that emitted the aura of a late-stage supreme being were in groups of 2, and they were interspersed between the 2 light balls of the great beings. The 12 light balls were like 12/5 of a clock. They surrounded the Shen cauldron 500 million miles away. It was absolutely impossible to escape this rhythm. As they descended, after a short moment of silence, within the 12 light balls, a voice of divine consciousness could be heard one after another. Shen cauldron. It's the Shen cauldron. This is a primordial treasure of the primordial era. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of this ferocious ape. And he even refined the Shen strange flame in the cauldron to the level of 9-colored godly flame. From the looks of it, he must have mastered some kind of unique technique to improve his cultivation level rapidly because of this cauldron. This raging ape, at first, only hunted emperors, then universe knights, and then universe masters. Now, he has started to hunt universe supreme masters. Luo Feng thought to himself. This shows that the secret technique he has mastered is extremely powerful. Today, no matter what, we must find out the truth. No wonder this ferocious ape is so lucky. He has been hunting in the supreme forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way, but he has never been killed. With the protection of the Shen cauldron, even we can't do anything to him. Can't do anything to him? The 9-colored godly flame in the cauldron is so powerful that even the supreme beings of the primordial era don't dare to touch it easily, let alone the great beings of the primordial era. If this man activates a sea of flames, we can only avoid it temporarily. However, if that's the case, he still can't escape and will be followed by us. Even if he activates the 9-colored sea of flames with our cultivation level, he will be able to defeat us. But this doesn't seem to be good news, because although this ferocious ape can't hurt us and has no chance to escape, we can't do anything to him either. At least for now, it seems that this is the case. If this drags on, although it's not good for him, it's not good for us either. It seems that we have to make another plan. Chapter 45-63. As the voice of the divine thought spread out, the 12 light clusters around fell into silence again in an instant. There was no sound coming out from them. If unsurprisingly, they should be communicating secretly and discussing countermeasures to deal with the situation in front of them. Based on the conversation just now, Xian could be sure that they had no way to deal with him for the time being. If this made him feel more at ease. After pondering for a while, he decided not to pay attention to this first. Anyway, there was no point in being anxious, so he might as well provoke this bunch of fellows. In order to stimulate them, the best way was naturally to break through again in front of these 12 powerful existences as if no one else was present. First, during the battle with the 2 bloody-horned demon antelopes, Xian had basically digested all the gains from his previous breakthrough and integrated them into his flesh, blood, and godly soul. If now, The opportunity to make another breakthrough had arrived. Although it was only a small breakthrough, it was almost meaningless in the current predicament. But now, Yi Xian had to be prepared for a long-term response. If he couldn't find a chance to escape, the only way was to make a breakthrough to the level of a universe supreme. If Yi Xian could activate the bloodline of the demon ape in his body and perform the bloodline power of the 9 changes of demon ape to the state of the 9th change, he could at least have the combat power of a level 2 great being in the primordial era. If at that time, he might not necessarily be unable to find an opportunity to escape. If his true power was only at the level of a level 4 universe master, there were still 5 small breakthroughs to be made before he could swallow a level 27 supreme treasure pill that could help him break through to the level of a universe supreme. If no matter what, it was better to make a breakthrough one step at a time than to suddenly make a last-minute effort. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the domain of the Shinong Cauldron and activated the power of concealing his power. After that, although his body didn't move, he broke free from the state of the 9th change. Thus, his cultivation level dropped to the 5th level universe master in an instant. However, due to the concealment of the Shinong Cauldron's domain, the powerful existences within the 12 balls of light are completely unable to detect them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After everything was ready, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and streaks of light instantly shot out. Floating in front of Yi Xian, they were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world within his body. After doing all of this, he immediately activated the Shinong Cauldron's domain and compressed all of the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent fist before swallowing them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. The infant fist ball melted in his mouth, turning into a majestic river of energy. While under the stimulation of the great river of energy, in the next instant, the expected clanging sound of chains came from all directions and sounded out from within Yi Xian's body. This time, there was still only one shackle that appeared in Yi Xian's body. This was something that was already expected. For a mid-level universe master, it was basically impossible to have 2 consecutive breaks or 3 consecutive breaks like before. Yi Xian had long been mentally prepared. With the appearance of the shackle, Yi Xian focused and activated the great river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his might. He activated the great circulatory cycle in all the meridians in his body, accumulating power. A few moments later, however, in the next instant, a heart-wrenching pain came quickly, enveloping Yi Xian's entire body and mind. However, he didn't care. He was still expressionless and focused. Time passed slowly. During this process, Yi Xian focused all his attention and activated the great circulatory cycle with all his might. Another 7 days later, the great river of energy that had formed in his body was finally completely refined. Immediately afterwards, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. When this shackle completely broke, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 5th level universe master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the physical body energy and blood. Current realm, 5th level universe master. 5th level universe master. He was only 4 small ranks away from the 9th level Great Circle Eternity Lord realm required to consume the level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. Previously, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation level was at the 4th level universe master level. After activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could climb to the 5th level universe master level. If he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately soar to the 5th level universe supreme level. If he added on the boundless energy and blood of his physical body, his true combat power would be comparable to that of a 6th level supreme level master. This time, he had another breakthrough. After activating the demon ape bloodline in his body, he instantly had the power of a 6th level universe master. When he unleashed the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline ability and entered the 9th transformation, his combat power would reach the level of a 6th level universe supreme. Also, that was the pinnacle of the intermediate Jizuan realm, just a single step away from the advanced Jizuan realm. As a matter of fact, if the terrifying vital energy and blood within his enormous body under the 9th transformation of the violent ape was included, then his true combat strength was basically comparable to a late-stage 7th Order Exalt. If Yi Xian executed the Blood Sea secret art and pushed his avatar's power to the limit, he would be able to condense 3 Blood Sea avatars with 7th Order Venerable battle prowess. Yi Xian would be able to kill a late 8th Order Venerable in a 3-on-1 battle. As for a peak stage 9th Order Venerable, which was equivalent to a supreme being from the Desolation era, Yi Xian also had the ability to kill them if he used the Fallen Sky Bow. Unfortunately, if he were to face a true supreme being from the Desolation era, the current Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hurt him unless he borrowed the power of the Headless Infant Corpse. It was really frustrating. A 5th level Eternity Lord? If that's the case, my strongest combat power has reached the 7th level Universe Supreme level, and if necessary, I can summon 3 Blood Sea avatars with the same combat power to fight any enemy at the same time. What a pity, it's still far from enough in the current situation. If only there was a chance to usher in a great battle and quickly find another opportunity to break through. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he activated the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline ability to the 9th transformation. However, under the effect of the Blood Sea avatar's power, his body didn't change at all. He was still about a zhang tall. Therefore, the aura emitted from his body was only that of a 6th level Universe Supreme. Even so, it was still a small order higher than the 5th level Universe Supreme level he had before breaking through. Very quickly, with a thought, the domain of the Shenong Cauldron immediately changed. The previously activated domain of the Shenong Cauldron was immediately removed. Lower. Chapter 4564. Yi Xian's cultivation aura once again spread out from the mouth of the Shenong Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. Within the 12 balls of light that were gathered in the surrounding space 500 million kilometers away, gasps and cries of surprise could be heard one after another. What's going on? This violent ape's aura. 6th Order Sovereign? Is there a mistake? He was clearly a 5th Order Sovereign just now. It's only been 7 days, and his cultivation level actually soared by 1 level. This is simply unheard of. He should have broken through. Didn't you see him deliberately activating the Farmer God Cauldron's domain to conceal his aura? It was only after 7 days that he suddenly released it again. During this period of time, this violent ape has always been sitting cross-legged with its eyes closed at the entrance of the Farmer God Cauldron that's enshrouded with 9-colored mist, and it didn't move in the slightest. This is obviously the rhythm of breaking through in closed-door cultivation and charging into the bottleneck of its cultivation. That's right. 7 days ago, he waved his hand and took out a large amount of cultivation resources and threw them into his mouth. There's no doubt that he's breaking through. Along with these exclamations, the surrounding void quickly fell into silence again. This time, the existences within the 12 balls of light seemed to have been startled. Although they remained silent, an unprecedented oppressive aura appeared in the air. In just 7 days, he had broken through a small level. This speed was absolutely unimaginable. For them, at their current level of cultivation, even a small breakthrough would take decades or even centuries, no matter how fast it was. But now, this incomparably monstrous space-violent ape in front of them had broken through in just 7 days. More importantly, his breakthrough speed was not limited to today. Although they had never seen this violent ape before, it was even more impossible for them to see him breaking through in seclusion at other times. But there was absolutely no doubt about this. The powerful existences in the 12 light spheres were all well aware, because this violent ape had only hunted emperors a few years ago. Not long after, his target had risen to Universe Knights. Then after that, it was Universe Masters. And now, he had started to hunt Universe Supremes. This kind of change in the cultivation base of the target was undoubtedly a reflection of the change in his own cultivation base. It had only been a few years, but his cultivation level had risen from an emperor to a 6th level Universe Supreme. This meant that he had been at the same level all this time, making a breakthrough every few days. And this was undoubtedly fatal to the 12 powerful existences that were waiting in the surroundings. Because if this was really the case, the strength of this violent ape's cultivation would probably be able to catch up to them before long. He was now a 6th-order universe supreme, and he only needed 4 breakthroughs to enter the primordial era. Then, if he did it twice, he would become a 3rd-order supreme being. Although, there were 4 supreme beings from the primordial era present, 2 of them were early and 2 of them were intermediate. But one mustn't forget that this ferocious ape still grasped the Blood Sea secret technique, and it had completely comprehended the most difficult ability to comprehend, the might of the clone. Then, now, once he displayed, he would be 3 supreme beings from the primordial era. Although he was still at a disadvantage, the difference in strength was already extremely small. Then, in addition, he had the Xianxia cauldron and the Xianxia 9-colored flame. At that time, even if the 8 supreme beings from the later stage and the 4 supreme beings from the primordial era joined forces, they would most likely not be able to hold him down. It was even possible that a few supreme beings from the later stage would die in the battle. Although all of this was just an assumption, it was definitely not a casual assumption. He only needed 6 breakthroughs to have this kind of combat power, and he could turn the situation around in one fell swoop. And 6 breakthroughs for the 12 supreme beings in the surroundings would take at least 1 to 2,000 years, but for this violent ape, it was completely different. Not to mention that he would break through once every 7 to 8 days. Even if he broke through once a month, it would only take 6 months, which was only half a year. Half a year was not even enough for a small closed-door meditation of this level. Occasionally, he would take a nap, and it would take him 1 or 2 years. Therefore, they couldn't ignore all of this. In an instant, the 12 supreme beings were completely shrouded by a heavy haze in their hearts. Just a moment ago, they were still complacent and certain that the violent ape would definitely be unable to escape this time. It was only a matter of time before he would be captured in the end. But in the blink of an eye, they realized how laughable and naive they were. Such a sudden change, and the great ups and downs in their hearts, was simply maddening. With this kind of gloomy feeling, the existences in the 12 light clusters in the surrounding void fell into silence again in an instant. Yixian's eyes flickered at this moment, and his gaze swept past the 12 balls of light from time to time. He could roughly guess what these fellows were thinking at this moment. But Yixian was unable to speak of his difficulties. Only he knew the difficulties in his heart, and he couldn't speak of them at all. If he broke through, it would indeed be fast, but the key was that now that he had entered the Eternity Lord realm, it was impossible for him to be like before. Even if he clenched his teeth and forcefully broke through, it was extremely likely that he would succeed. Even though he had only used 7 days to break through, because he hadn't completely digested what he had gained after breaking through, it had completely fused with his body and soul. Even if Yixian was bored to death now, it would probably be very difficult for him to break through again in a short period of time no matter how much cultivation resources he consumed. Even if he could forcefully break through, it would at most be once or twice, and then the problem of his mental state becoming unstable would appear. Not only would the opportunity for subsequent breakthroughs arrive even later, even his own Tao foundation was extremely likely to become unstable because of this. Therefore, the 6 minor breakthroughs that the 12 supreme beings believed to be an impossible task for Yixian, who was in such a predicament. Apart, it would only be possible if he could quickly digest what he had gained from breaking through battle. But, unfortunately, now that he was in such a predicament, where could Yixian find an opponent? There were still some living beings in the Farmer God Cauldron, but they were so weak that they couldn't even be considered ants in front of him. Even if he fought with them and used them as sparring partners, it would be meaningless. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian immediately sighed helplessly in his heart. There was even a murmur that sounded as if he was in a dream. If only I could fight one by one with those fellows guarding the Farmer God Cauldron. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind, and his originally gloomy and helpless eyes instantly lit up. Below. Chapter 45-65. With a thought, Yixian's eyes gleamed. He turned around and looked at the 12 light balls that were hovering in the void space hundreds of millions of miles away from Farmer God Cauldron. Yixian. At the same time, the voice of his divine sense also sounded at this moment. He deliberately revealed a strong sense of ferocity and disdain. Old fogies, I advise you to disperse as soon as possible. With just you guys, you can only trap this Star Master at most, and it's meaningless. You're just a few great beings from the primordial era. This Star Lord will only need a year at most to kill you all. When they heard these words, the existences within the 12 spheres of light felt their hearts skip a beat. The violent ape actually took the initiative to provoke them at a time like this. It was clear that it was certain, even complacent, that it was indeed confident. In fact, the raging ape was being very conservative. According to their speculation, it would take at most half a year for the raging ape to have the power to be fearless of them. By then, he would be able to walk out of Farmer God Cauldron and leave. Heart bewildered, the powerful existences in the 12 balls of light began to communicate with each other through telepathy again. The raging ape wouldn't make a sound for no reason. What is he up to? He's deliberately trying to infuriate us. Furthermore, he deliberately said that it would take 1 year to confuse us. Don't forget the raging ape's purpose. He's been hunting Universe Supreme Beings recently. Now that we're here, there are 8 Universe Supreme Beings among the 12 of us. That's right. He must have his eyes on us. He can't do anything to the 4 great beings from the primordial era, but he's tempted by the other 8 Universe Supreme Beings. What a greedy guy. He's still thinking about killing Universe Supreme Beings at this time. He has the power to do so, okay? Give him half a year, and he'll be able to do all this. Now, he's deliberately provoking us and infuriating us. He's probably hoping that we'll retreat in the face of difficulties. When the 8 Universe Supremes disperse, it'll be a pity for him, damn it. This raging ape is too bold. What should we do? Provoke him. The starry sky ferocious ape has the most violent disposition. Infuriate it and fight it. Moreover, the earlier the better. In this way, the chances of smoothly killing it will be higher. Exactly, the starry sky ferocious apes possess violent natures, and this is the only feasible method. But we can't be too extreme. We have to allow him to see a slight hope of successfully hunting them, yet it isn't too dangerous. Challenge him to a fair one-on-one battle. This is our only chance. All of a sudden, the powerful existences within the 12 canopies reached a consensus. Very soon, someone spoke up, but the 4 great beings didn't say anything. It was the other 8 Universe Supreme Beings who were mocking them. They even ridiculed Xianxia for throwing the face of the violent ape clan. He definitely had the bloodline of a cowardly tortoise running through his veins. He only dared to hide within the protection of the Xianxia cauldron and make a ruckus. If he dared to come out, anyone could blast him apart with a single punch. Among the ferocious beasts, how could there be a clan of cowards? These words were simply the most malicious form of humiliation, and even ordinary ferocious beasts were unable to endure it, let alone a Starsky ferocious ape. Howl! Xianxia, who was right in the middle of it, was overjoyed. However, he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he was like a real violent ape as he raised his head and roared, filled with hatred and anger. It seemed that this violent ape was enraged, had lost its mind, and was extremely ferocious. Damn it! Aren't you just a late-stage supreme? What are you all so smug about? After a roar, the violent ape stood up at the entrance of the Xianxia cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He walked around and roared, even if I'm only a 6th-level Universe Supreme now, I can still kill you all. Just you wait. When we meet one another time, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. I'll kill one on sight and torture 2 on sight. Hearing this, the powerful beings within the 12 canopies knew that they had a trick up their sleeves. The 4 great beings from the primordial era immediately transmitted their voices to the other 8 Universe Supreme Beings to add fuel to the fire. They had to provoke this violent ape so that he would propose a challenge. Ah, shameless. Another time? That sounds better than a song, but in reality, you're just scared. We're here today. If you really have the ability, why don't you come out and fight? If you don't dare to come out, you're a coward. I can come out and fight, but you... Suddenly, the violent ape paused, and the fury on his face subsided. He seemed to have regained some rationality. But there are so many of you, and you're all around. If I go out, won't I be in danger? Don't tell this Master of the Stars that you dare to enter the inner space of the Farmer God Cauldron and fight with this Master of the Stars inside. If that's really the case, then let's fight. This Master of the Stars will definitely torture you until you doubt life. If you really dare to fight, we'll have a fair fight. Although you have the Blood Sea technique, we're not weak either. We'll teach you how to write the words coward. Howl. Don't call me a coward. I'm the violent ape of stars. The starry sky tyrant ape was completely infuriated by Li Mu's mockery. It roared, "Let's fight, but it has to be a fair one-on-one battle. I swear on my Taoist heart that I will never use the power of the Blood Sea's clone. But you have to swear that except for the one who accepts the challenge, the rest can't interfere. Otherwise, your cultivation will stop, and you won't be able to make any progress. Including the 4 ancient beings. Even if they don't join the fight, they have to swear an oath. After all, you're on the same side." Hearing that Yi Xian had finally taken the bait, the powerful beings in the 12 light clusters were relieved. They were delighted. Their original goal was only to enrage the violent ape and make him agree to a battle. They never thought that this fellow's temper would be so violent to such an extent that they would swear an oath to never use the power of the Blood Sea secret technique's cloning ability. Now, he couldn't condense 3 Blood Sea bodies with the power of a 6th-level Universe Supreme. That way, any one of the other 8 Universe Supreme Masters would have a 60% chance of capturing one of them. After all, these 8 Universe Supreme beings were all at the later stage of this level. Even the weakest one was at the 7th level of Supreme Being. Once they thought of this, they no longer hesitated. It was as if the violent ape had calmed down. After regaining their composure, they immediately changed their words. In an instant, all of them spoke out. With their Tao hearts and cultivations, they followed Yi Xian's request and swore an oath. After they were done, one of the 12 light clusters shot 300 million miles forward. It was only 200 million miles away from the Xianxia cauldron. The other 11 light clusters retreated another 500 million miles. Now, they were 1 billion miles away from the Xianxia cauldron. Chapter 4566. Xiao. A faint sound of breaking through the air sounded. As the other 11 light clusters all retreated to a distance of 1 billion miles away from the Xianxia cauldron, the light cluster that came to fight also blasted forward, reaching a distance of 200 million miles away from the Xianxia cauldron. Then, the light cluster dissipated, and the existence that had been hibernating in the light cluster revealed its figure. To Yi Xian's surprise, it turned out to be a red-top snapping turtle. There was a large red cuticle on the top of its head, which looked like a short horn, giving a very hard feeling. Stunned after a while, the starry sky violent ape that was still at the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron, which was still enshrouded in 9-colored fog, jumped up again in an instant. It roared like thunder, "On purpose? You must have done it on purpose. You actually sent a coward. We have already agreed to fight, but you still humiliated me like this. You all deserve to die." Roar, roar, roar. In the roar, the starry sky violent ape's shoulders shook, and it rushed out of the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog in an instant. Its size instantly skyrocketed to 60 million miles, and it threw a punch at the red-top snapping turtle. In fact, although the violent ape seemed to be angry as if it had lost its mind, its words were not wrong. The reason why this group of guys sent the red-top snapping turtle out to fight was to provoke it and make it lose its mind as much as possible. In this way, the chance of capturing it in a battle would be greater. "You are wrong. I am a red-top snapping turtle, a snapping turtle, do you understand? It is very fierce, not comparable to a coward like you." The ferocious ape was clearly even more furious. The vicious plan had worked. The red-crowned crocodile was overjoyed and added fuel to the fire. As he spoke, he had already leaped into the air. He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he met the ferocious ape's fist head-on. Bang! Boom! The two figures collided in an instant, and an earth-shattering roar sounded. The red-top snapping turtle was blasted back 100 million miles. Its figure was a little embarrassed, but it was not injured at all. While the starry sky violent ape with a size of 60 million miles was also blasted away by this punch. It only stopped when it was near the Shinong cauldron. Although it was also not injured, it was blasted back 150 million miles. It was obviously at a disadvantage, but it was not so obvious. I didn't expect you to be as powerful as a 7th-tier universe supreme. No wonder you are so arrogant. After a punch, they were almost evenly matched. Such a result made the pill-top snapping turtle feel quite surprised. He sized up the violent ape from head to toe. This instantly then did he feel relieved and continued, I understand now. It's because of your large size that you possess an even more boundless chi and blood force. It's almost as if your true combat strength has been enhanced by a small level. Unfortunately, it's still useless. Today, I'm still going to torture you until you start doubting life. While speaking, the red-top crocodile turtle's body swayed, and in an instant, it transformed into a fine ray of light. It violently shot, and once again collided with the violent ape. Although his cultivation level was only at the 7th level of the Universe Supreme level, he had been in this state for quite some time. He was definitely not someone who had just entered the 7th level. In addition, this violent ape had a violent temperament. If he were to provoke him further, he would definitely reveal his flaws. Sukothir44, the red-crowned snapping turtle, was quite confident about the outcome of this battle. Now, all he needed was time. In reality, he needed time. Wasn't Yi Xian the same? Just now, just this one punch, Yi Xian had exerted all his strength. The qi and blood force and true yuan in his body were completely stimulated. After one punch, his whole body was simply incomparably comfortable. However, on the surface, he did not dare to show this kind of comfort. Instead, he appeared even more irritable, jumping and roaring in the void. When he saw the red-top snapping turtle rushing over again, he did not hesitate at all. In an instant, he roared and rushed up again, boom. Rumble. In the sky, an earth-shattering battle was unfolding, and it was getting more and more intense. Gradually, it became like a raging fire. Unknowingly, 2 days passed in a flash. The beings in the 11 light clusters that had retreated to a distance of 1 billion miles away did not make a move. They had actually made a Tao oath. On the other hand, in these 2 days, the violent ape of stars had clearly become more and more weak. According to this development, in another day or so, as long as the red-top snapping turtle had the opportunity to attack, it would be enraged. Next time at that time, it would be able to see through the violent ape of stars' mistakes and seriously injure it. In these 2 days, Yi Xian's entire heart was incomparably happy. It was too comfortable. It had been a long time since he had such a vivid battle. Although his body was already slightly injured, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested. However, for the sake of the second battle, Yi Xian did not show this kind of joy. He had to leave hope for his opponent. Therefore, although he could withdraw now, he endured it. Otherwise, if it was too abrupt, he was afraid that it would arouse suspicion, and the second battle would be uncertain. At this time, the red-top snapping turtle would definitely not know that he was thinking about how to enrage the violent ape of stars so that it would lose its mind in rage and reveal a flaw. But in fact, the violent ape of stars was also thinking about how to find an opportunity to deliberately reveal a flaw so that the opponent would slightly injure it. Only in this way could Yi Xian take advantage of this opportunity to retreat into the Shinong cauldron without arousing suspicion. And this time, they almost succeeded in capturing him, so they must be unwilling. Maybe they were even looking forward to the second battle, with each of them having their own thoughts. This earth-shattering battle continued for half a day. Finally, therefore, the most suitable opportunity came. Yi Xian still maintained his irritable state. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he deliberately revealed a small flaw to the opponent. Now! At this moment, the red-top snapping turtle's eyes lit up, and he was secretly happy. Without hesitation, his speed suddenly increased by 30%, and he slammed into the lower right abdomen of the violent ape of stars. Damn it! Bang! The violent ape of stars pretended to suddenly react, but it was already unable to completely avoid it. It could only turn sideways to avoid being hit in the vital parts. Then, the red-top snapping turtle slammed into its outer left thigh. Shocked. In the loud noise, a small part of the violent ape's thigh exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. But its body, under the inertia of this collision, went with the momentum, and in the blink of an eye, passed through the Shenong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, and entered the space inside the cauldron. Then, while its body flew backward, the violent ape of stars roared indignantly, and it did not stop for a moment. Anyone who heard it knew that it was on the verge of going berserk. Just a little bit more. Seeing the violent ape's figure disappear and fall into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, it actually went directly into the space inside the cauldron. It seemed to be extremely frightened and a little scared out of its wits. The red-top snapping turtle's face suddenly showed a touch of regret. Chapter 4567. With the end of the battle, the figure of the violent ape shrank as it flew backward. After falling into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, it directly entered the space inside the cauldron and disappeared. Within the 11 light clusters watching the battle from afar, sighs were immediately heard. Damn it, we failed at the last step. Yeah, just a little bit more. This violent ape was slightly injured, but it was also because of this that made him feel fear. After flying backward and falling into the mouth of the cauldron, he actually directly retreated into the space inside the cauldron. Could it be that he was scared out of his wits and really intends to be a coward? If that's the case, then it's too much of a failure. Don't worry, there should still be a chance. Didn't you see that when he flew backward, he roared and was angry all the way? This violent ape should be hiding inside to heal his injuries. As long as his injuries are healed, he should come out again. That's right, the Starry Sky Violent Ape clan has such a temper. It's impossible for them to cower so easily. In other words, we still have a chance. But next time, someone else will have to go on stage. I didn't expect the majestic chi and blood in this violent ape's huge body to be so amazing. His cultivation is only at the 6th stage, but his combat strength is already comparable to the 7th stage. If not for this, this battle wouldn't have ended like this. In the next battle, let's let an 8th stage Supreme Master take action. This way, our chances of winning will be higher. Now we can only wait and hope that he will appear soon. Inside the cauldron. Swoosh! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. High up in the air inside the cauldron, a figure descended. It was Yi Xian, who had shrunk his body to about 10 feet. First, the outer thigh that was smashed by the red-top snapping turtle had already recovered. This small injury was nothing to the Starry Sky Violent Ape that was 60 million miles long. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he secretly activated the domain of the Shenong cauldron to eavesdrop on the voice of the divine sense outside. Very soon, the regretful words of the hibernating existences in the 12 light clusters were all clearly heard by him. From then on, Yi Xian was completely at ease. As long as those guys didn't notice anything amiss, it was fine. That way, after this breakthrough, he could use the same method to trick them into being his sparring partner. Using this opportunity, he quickly digested what he had gained from his breakthrough and welcomed the opportunity for another breakthrough. This was truly a good thing that fell from the sky. In order to achieve this goal, Yi Xian had to run around cautiously. But now, he could wait patiently. Outer powerful late-stage supreme martial artists were all lined up and waiting for him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt delighted, but now was not the time to rejoice. He had to seize the moment, otherwise, the other party would be suspicious. After all, in their opinion, he had only entered the Farmer God Cauldron because he was frightened for a moment and wanted to find a place to heal his injuries. If he delayed for too long, it would make them suspect that he was making a breakthrough, and that would create more variables. The last time I made a breakthrough in front of them, it took 7 days. So this time, I have to leave before 7 days. A light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he nodded to himself. This shouldn't be a big problem. After all, this battle lasted for almost 3 days. Ever since I became an emperor, I haven't had such a thorough battle. The accumulation of the breakthrough in my physical body and meridians, including some old and small obstacles, have been completely unleashed in this battle. So, if there are no accidents, this breakthrough will most likely be completed in 3 to 4 days. Xiao. After that, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore and sat down cross-legged on one side of the volcano in the central region. With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. Rays of light instantly shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. These were all the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body. After all this, he immediately activated the domain of the farmer god cauldron, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist and swallowing them into his stomach. Walala! The nascent soul fist ball immediately melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic river of energy. In the next moment, the expected clanging sound of chains came from all directions and sounded out from within Yi Xian's body. This time, there was still only one shackle that appeared within Yi Xian's body. After the shackle appeared, Yi Xian immediately focused and used all his strength to activate the river of energy that had just formed in his body. He began to circulate great circulations in his meridians to accumulate energy. Almost in the next instant, a heart-wrenching pain quickly came and enveloped Yi Xian's entire body. However, he didn't care about it and continued to concentrate without any sadness or joy. Time slowly passed. During this process, Yi Xian focused all of his attention on circulating the great heavenly cycle with all of his might. Just as he had expected, in less than 4 days, the huge river of energy that had formed in his body had finally been completely refined. Following that, the huge river of energy formed in his body had finally been completely refined. After that, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. When this shackle completely broke, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind very quickly, ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 6th level universe master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 6th level universe master. 6th level universe master. He was only 3 levels away from the 9th level universe master pinnacle required to swallow the level 27 sovereign treasure pill. Previously, Yi Xian's original body was at the 5th level universe master level. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could climb to the 6th level universe master level. If he executed the 9 changes of demon ape and reached the 9th level, his combat power would immediately soar to the 6th level universe master level. If with the addition of the majestic power of the ancient cave void technique, his combat power would be comparable to that of a 7th level universe master. While, this time, when he broke through again, after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, his combat power would instantly reach the 7th level universe master level. When he executed the 9 changes of demon ape bloodline and directly entered the 9th level, his combat power would reach the 7th level universe master level. 7th level universe master level? If I include the majestic power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in my huge body, which is 60 million miles long, and the addition of 1 level to my combat power, then my current combat power would be comparable to that of an 8th level universe master. Yi Xian subconsciously clenched his fists and fell into deep thought halfway through his sentence. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. A gleam flashed across his eyes, and he continued, "However, this is only the 2nd battle. There will be at least 2 more battles to come, so I can't let them find out that my combat power has increased again. In this case, in the upcoming battle, I will maintain my combat power at the 6th level universe master level. Even if I include the majestic power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in my huge body, I will still only have the combat power of the 7th level universe master level. In this case, I will most likely suffer more injuries when facing the 8th level universe master level. Chapter 4568. Outside the Shen cauldron, in the void space of the universe. In the blink of an eye, almost 4 days had passed. However, the ape was injured and fell into the Shen cauldron. After entering the internal space of the cauldron, he did not appear again. 4 days was not even enough for the powerful beings hibernating in the 12 light clusters to take a nap. However, They were all anxious and felt uneasy. Following as time passed, they began to suspect that the ape was really afraid. Perhaps it was just as they had guessed at the beginning, that it was going to hide in the internal space of the cauldron and not come out again. Just as they were taking advantage of this opportunity to make breakthroughs again and again. If that was really the case, it was definitely not good news for them, because it meant that they would not be able to trap the ape here for another half a year at most. Although, it was still impossible for him to defeat the 12 powerful beings on their side, but he was fully capable of escaping. This was definitely not what they wanted to see. However, the ape was not at the entrance of the Xianxia cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Instead, he had entered the internal space of the cauldron. Perhaps he had already sealed his 6 senses and was in seclusion. This, under such circumstances, even if they wanted to provoke him again, there was nothing they could do. The ape could not hear them at all. No matter how they tried to persuade him, it would be a waste of energy. Just as the beings in the 12 light clusters were getting more and more anxious and impatient, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Xianxia cauldron that they were besieging. It was the space violin ape. His injuries had obviously healed, but his strength was still at the 6th level of the Universe Supreme. This was reasonable. Previously, it took 7 days to make a breakthrough. It did not make sense that the higher the level of his cultivation, the shorter the time it took to make a breakthrough. And it was so much shorter, this thought flashed through their minds. Coupled with the fact that although the ape had fully recovered, the anger on his face was still the same as it was 4 days ago. It even seemed to be more resentful than before. The powerful beings hibernating in the 12 light clusters were instantly relieved. No, once Bao Yuan spoke, they immediately started communicating with each other using their divine sense in secret, and all of their words revealed a wisp of pleasant surprise that couldn't be concealed. This ape really did not disappoint us. It has only been 4 days and he actually showed up. It should be so. The Starry Sky ferocious ape clan has always had this sort of violent disposition. Now we can be at ease. See that? Even though his injuries have completely recovered, the indignation on his face is even denser than it was 4 days ago. 4 days is definitely not enough time for him to make a breakthrough. And in such a state of anger, he is not able to calm his heart to make a breakthrough. Yes, his previous injuries, he obviously did not want to make a breakthrough, he did not want to come out. But this is his bloodline, of his innate temper. On. After 2 he. In this way, it's extremely likely that he came out this time because he wants to fight again to vent the anger in his heart before entering the space within the cauldron to enter into closed-door cultivation. If that is the case, we can't miss this opportunity. No matter what, we have to take him down. Send an 8th stage Supreme Master, preferably one close to the 9th stage, but we can't send a real 9th stage Supreme Master. We don't want to scare him into retreating. Then, there will be unexpected changes. Let me fight this battle. Xiao! As the words came out, one of the 12 balls of light instantly shot out. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in the universe void that was only 200 to 300 million miles away from the Xianxia cauldron. The other 11 light balls stayed 1 billion miles away. They did not get close to the cauldron in the previous 4 days to avoid arousing the suspicion of the ape. With such a long distance between them, the violent ape would not be able to escape. A distance of 1 billion miles, to a being above the level of Universe Supreme, was nothing at all, and yet, at this time as the light ball shot out, the other 7 Universe Supreme Masters in the other light balls sent out their voices one after another, mocking Yixian. As for the other 4 Supreme Masters in the other 4 light balls, they still did not make a sound. As Supreme Masters of the primordial era, they had their own pride. If they showed too much enthusiasm in this matter, it might arouse the suspicion of the ape. It had to be said that in order to lure Yixian into a battle with them, these 12 fellows had put in a lot of effort. If they knew that Yixian had actually been muttering about this matter in his heart and had the same goal as them, they wouldn't know what to think in their hearts. Why did you come out again, coward? It's only been 4 days and you can't hold it in anymore? You haven't mastered your divine ninja turtle technique yet? In my opinion, he's obviously itching for a beating, so he can't sit still and wants to be tortured again. That's right. If he hadn't reacted quickly in the previous battle, he would have been tortured by us into a real coward. Now, he dares to come out again. He's obviously looking for excitement. I didn't expect this coward to have a tendency to be tortured. Do you still dare to fight? If not, go back quickly. It's an eyesore. Howl. The last howl came from the ball of light that was suspended in front of the farmer god cauldron about 150 million miles away. As the howl came out, the ball of light dissipated and shrank back into the body. A huge black bug that was about 10 million miles long appeared in front of Yixian. Its aura, the aura of cultivation emanating from his body, was that of an 8th Order Universe Supreme. This was the same as what these fellows had discussed previously. There was no change. A bug? It's actually a huge black bug? Howl. This Star Lord hates bugs the most. Many times I've hunted them, they almost spoiled my plans. Seeing this huge black bug, the eyes of the ape turned red instantly. This time, half of it was an act, but the other half was his true feelings. Yixian hated bugs the most. So what if it's an 8th level Supreme Master? It's just a damned black bug. How dare it mock your honorable master? I'm going to torture you to death today. Yixian looked up at the sky. With a roar, the ape stood up again. With a flash, he rushed out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Origin, his body, which was only about 3 meters tall, grew even bigger. In the blink of an eye, he was already 60 million miles long, which was more than the size of a giant star. Damned bug, go to hell. This time, it was unknown whether it was because he had been holding back his anger from the previous battle or because he saw that his second opponent was a space bug. Chapter 4569. In the face of this battle, Yixian felt quite aggrieved. His opponent had sent out an 8th level Supreme, while he could only display the power of a 6th level Supreme. That was even if he were to add in the boundless power of blood and chi within his massive body, which would increase his combat prowess by 1 level. He would still only be at the 7th level of this realm. This was destined to be abused by his opponent. If it were any other space beast, it would have been fine, but it was a huge black bug, which made Yixian feel extremely aggrieved. It was fine to be abused by his opponent, but he had to at least let his opponent suffer a little. Otherwise, he would not be able to take this lying down, and it would really become a knot in his heart. Bam! In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided and an earth-shattering explosion reverberated. The void within a radius of 100 million miles shattered inch by inch. Fortunately, under the powerful power of the Hongmeng void, it quickly mended and did not affect the battle. Although Xian had the power of an 8th level Supreme, he could not use it, so he could only display the power of a 7th level Supreme. Thus, after the collision, his body was immediately sent flying backwards. This time, he was sent flying 200 million miles away. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was only because the violent starry sky ape's skin was thick and tough. Otherwise, it would have been heavily injured on the spot. Reverse looking at the huge black bug, it was as if nothing had happened. The body of the huge black bug was like a pure black crystal, and one could tell at a glance that it was very hard. Although the fist of the violent ape was tough, the power it could display was only at the 7th level, so the huge black bug only retreated a few million miles before stopping. Only with just one blow, the winner was decided. The huge black bug had the absolute advantage. The violent ape was a 6th level Supreme, and its power was comparable to a 7th level Supreme. Even if it could not defeat him, it would not be so easy to capture or kill him. After all, it was not easy to kill a Supreme. Hence, the huge black bug did not dare to push too hard. Otherwise, he would have a chance to attack again while the violent ape was still flying backward. This isn't fair. You sent an 8th rank Supreme being. At this time, if he didn't mention this matter, then the other party would definitely become suspicious. Therefore, after the violent ape stopped, it raised its head and roared angrily. It seemed to be flustered and exasperated. Anger after roaring, he flipped his hand and took out the big-headed black cudgel. He roared, "Your cultivation is too high, so I have to use my combat weapon. Otherwise, I don't want to fight." Actually, Yixian was looking forward to a big battle, but he deliberately said so. The more he said so, the less suspicious the other party would be. Fruit then, a remote antiquity expert among the 12 light balls said, "That's fine. This is fair. However, don't refuse to admit defeat after you've lost."
What?
With this staff in hand, how could this Star Lord lose? The violent ape seemed to be very happy, as if it had something to rely on. There was even a smile on its face. After roaring, it rushed forward. This time, it didn't use its bare fist to attack. Instead, it swung the big-headed black stick high above its head and smashed down fiercely. Bang! Ow! Caught off guard, the big black bug was directly hit on the back by the cudgel. At the same time, an earth-shattering sound was heard, and a shocking scream came out of its mouth. But it's a pity for a big bug, but its scream is like a hungry wolf. It can be seen how painful this blow is. It's really hard for it. Ha! Good, good, good. As I said, once the big-headed black cudgel is used, you are simply trash. Even level 8 is useless. Looking down, there was a huge crater on the back of the big black bug, which was like a pure black crystal. The Bao Yuan immediately became happy and high-spirited. This was from the bottom of his heart. Even if the big black bug was on guard and dodged, not giving him another chance to hit it, just this one hit alone was enough to vent the anger in his heart. Even if he deliberately pretended to be abused by him and flew back to the Shenong cauldron, he no longer had any regrets. Next, in an instant, in the 11 light balls in the distance, after a short silence, there were exclamations. Hiss! What is this cudgel? It's actually so powerful. Shenong pestle. I understand now. This is the Shenong pestle that is compatible with the Shenong cauldron. It has been transformed into the shape of the big-headed black cudgel. No wonder this violent ape is so confident and dares to fight even when he sees a level 8 sovereign. It turns out that he already had such a plan. But even so, in this battle, he still has no chance of winning. Facing the speed of a level 8 sovereign, no matter how heavy and fierce his big-headed black cudgel is, it's useless if he can't hit the target. Screech. Coward, you have successfully angered this sovereign. Go to hell. With these reminders, the big black bug raised its head and roared angrily. Its figure flashed, and in an instant, it turned into a black streak of light that drew arcs in the air as it launched a roundabout attack on the Bao ape. Boom! Rumble! The battle shook the heavens. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. This time, the battle was even more tragic. The violent ape was even beaten to the point of vomiting blood. His left arm had been broken twice. However, in this kind of intense battle that was close to risking his life, his last breakthrough was being digested at an even faster speed. In just one day, it had completely integrated into his body and soul. Screech! This time, the big black bug saw an opportunity and unleashed its extreme speed. It turned into a black ray of light and crashed into the right hand of the violent ape that was holding the cudgel. It was his plan to break the violent ape's right hand. At that time, the big-headed black cudgel would fall. He would first take this treasure, and then take the opportunity to take down the violent ape. Roar! You're courting death. The violent ape was shocked and angry, but his heart was filled with ecstasy. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Bam! Crack, crack, crack. An earth-shattering sound rang out, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. This was caused by the collapse of the violent ape's right back. Passat the critical moment, the violent ape dodged to the right and gritted its teeth to forcefully protect the big-headed black cudgel. However, its body was instantly sent flying 200 to 300 million miles away from the impact. He plunged into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with the 9-colored fog and disappeared, once again entering the space within the cauldron. Damn it, why is it like this again? He was too impatient. That violent ape obviously had his eyes on this big-headed black cudgel. When he realized that the cudgel was being targeted, he naturally didn't dare to continue fighting. He would rather risk his life to protect this cudgel and take advantage of the situation to escape. Another failure. This time, I'm afraid there's really no hope. As the violent ape's figure disappeared, In the distance, after a short period of silence, sighs could be heard one after another from the 11 balls of light. Chapter 4570. At the same time, in the space within the Shenong cauldron. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The figure of the violent ape appeared high up in the sky. He had already returned to his original height, and the big-headed black stick had been kept away. I've suffered a huge loss this time. I was almost seriously injured. His figure landed in the air above the central region volcano. After sitting down cross-legged, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Damn that big black bug. I'll definitely kill him later to vent my hatred." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, following which he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Connect. The next step was a walk in the park. Yi Xian activated the domain of the Shenong cauldron and compressed all the resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach. Walala! The nascent soul fist ball melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic energy river. Body inside, the expected sound of the clanking of the chains could be heard everywhere. However, there was only one sound. After that, Yi Xian focused and activated the energy river that had just formed in his body with all his might. He started to circulate the energy in his meridians again and again, accumulating energy. Time passed slowly. During this process, Yi Xian focused all his attention and started to circulate the energy in his meridians with all his might. This time, due to the more intense battle, the energy river that had formed in his body was completely refined in just 2.5 days. After that, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. When the shackles were completely broken, the expected system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the Void Ancient Technique. Current realm, Level 7 Universe Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body energy. Current realm, Level 7 Universe Master. Level 7 Universe Master was already the late stage of this realm. Like today, he was only 2 levels away from the Level 27 Supreme Being Level 9 Universe Master required to swallow the Level 27 Supreme Being Treasure Pill. It was exciting. First, previously, Yi Xian's original body was at the 6th level of the Eternity Lord realm, and after activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could ascend to the 7th level of the Eternity Lord realm. If he executed the 9 transformations of the demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to the 7th level of the Universe Supreme. In addition to the boundless chi and blood in his physical body, his true battle strength was comparable to that of an 8th stage sovereign. This time, he had another breakthrough. After activating the demon ape bloodline in his body, he instantly had the power of an 8th level Universe Master. In unleashing the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape transformation and entering the 9th transformation, his peak battle power could reach the level of an 8th level Universe Supreme. If one were to take into account the 60 million kilometer long flesh peak, the boundless blood and chi power that was so vast that it made one's hair stand on end, as well as the enhancement to one's combat prowess by 1 level. That right now, Yi Xian's strongest battle power was already at the level of a 9th order Universe Supreme Being, which was equivalent to a half-step mighty being. Finally, I have the power of a half-step mighty being. In this case, if I were to execute the Blood Sea secret technique and condense 3 Blood Sea bodies with the same battle power. There was a gleam in Bao Yuan's eyes, and 2 rays of incomparably excited light shot out from his eyes. He murmured softly, "By then, even if I were to encounter a half-step Supreme Being of the same level, I would have a certain degree of confidence that I would be able to kill him. However, I still need to break through 2 levels before reaching the level of a 9th order Universe Master. No matter what, I have to fight 2 more battles, hence, I can't reveal the battle power of a 9th order Universe Master at the moment. I can't let them know that my true cultivation level has already broken through twice consecutively from the previous 6th order Universe Master to the 8th order Universe Master. But at the same time, I can't act like the last time and show only the power of a 6th level universe master. If I do that, I'll definitely arouse suspicion. After all, I had already suffered a loss in the first battle, and the reason why I still dared to fight in the second battle was because I was filled with resentment, and at the same time, I had the big-headed black stick to rely on. But for the third battle, if my power is still at the 6th Order Universe Master level, yet I still dare to fight with the big-headed black stick, it would be illogical. It would be difficult not to arouse suspicion. In this case, I'm afraid I would lose the next 2 battles. At this point, Yixian's eyes gleamed. In this case, when I go out this time, on the surface, I'll just reveal the power of a 7th Order Universe Master. It's obvious that I've broken through to the next Order Universe Master level. In this case, it's understandable that I'm confident again. Besides, it can also make those fellows guarding outside suddenly feel more pressured. In this case, let's not talk about the 4th battle for the time being. At least, there's absolutely no suspense in the 3rd battle. After making up his mind, Yixian didn't say anything more. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. He closed his eyes and concentrated. This time, it only took him 2 days to break through. If he went out now and revealed the power of a 7th Order Universe Master, the other party would immediately notice something was wrong, and it would cause unnecessary changes. Therefore, Yixian could only hibernate in the space inside the cauldron and wait for 8 to 9 days before going out. The reason why it had to be 8 to 9 days was that he had used 7 days to break through the first time in front of those fellows. Well, this time, he entered the space inside the cauldron when he was almost severely injured. Healing would take time, and coupled with his poor condition, the time needed to break through would be extended. Therefore, 8 to 9 days was the minimum requirement. Any shorter and it would arouse suspicion. Very quickly. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Bao Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged above the central region volcano, suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't go out immediately. Instead, he activated the Farmer God Cauldron's domain and secretly listened to the voice transmissions of those fellows in the void outside. After all, he had been in the space inside the cauldron for so long. Those fellows must have been waiting impatiently. In their anxiety, it was impossible for there to be no discussions. However, as the cauldron's domain was activated, the voices of those fellows outside the cauldron entered Yixian's ears. The situation is a little bad. This time, that Bao Yuan has been in there for 9 days. I'm afraid he won't come out again, right? He even used the big-headed black stick, but still lost miserably. Naturally, he won't come out easily unless he breaks through. So, if there are no accidents, that Bao Yuan should be in seclusion now. Calculating the time, he should be coming out soon. Damn it, I let him break through again. Doesn't that mean he's a 7th Order Venerable now? This can't go on. If there's still a chance to fight, this time, we must capture him. Hearing this, Yixian no longer hesitated. His figure flashed and disappeared from the space inside the cauldron. Chapter 4571. This time, Yixian only took 2 days to recover from his injuries and make another breakthrough. However, in order not to arouse the suspicion of the 12 powerful beings who were still waiting in the void outside the cauldron, he spent another 7 days and stayed for a few days before coming out. This was clearly to let the other party know that this time, he had broken through again. Of course, it was only a single breakthrough. Yixian was still concealing his cultivation from the previous breakthrough and didn't reveal it. Therefore, although Yixian's current cultivation was already at the 7th level of the Universe Master, when he activated the bloodline in his body and performed the 9th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline ability, his peak combat power was already at the 8th level of the Universe Supreme Master. However, at this moment, when his figure appeared again, the cultivation power Yixian displayed was only at the 7th level of the Universe Supreme Master. Compared to the 6th level of the Universe Supreme Master from before, it was only 1 level higher. Although it was only 1 level higher, it was the same as the big black bug who fought with him previously. He had entered the final level of the Supreme Master. Big although the black bug's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Supreme Master, Yixian also possessed the combat power of an 8th-level Supreme Master with the help of the majestic power of blood and qi in his 60-million-mile-long body. He was no weaker than the big black bug. Coupled with the big-headed black stick in his hand, on the surface, he basically had the combat power to beat up the big black bug. Under such circumstances, even if he had indeed suffered quite a loss in the previous battle with the big black bug, it was completely reasonable for him to immediately clamor for a third battle with the big black bug as soon as he came out of seclusion at this moment. In the eyes of the 12 powerful beings who were waiting in the void outside the cauldron, it was just a sudden increase in his cultivation power and confidence that made him want to seek revenge on the big black bug. These thoughts flashed across the sea. After a short silence, the beings who were hibernating in the 12 balls of light began to secretly communicate with each other again and started to discuss. As expected, this violent ape's cultivation power has made another breakthrough. 9 days, 2 days to recover from his injuries, then clenched his teeth and went into seclusion. It took him 7 days to make a breakthrough. There is no discrepancy in the timing, so this should be the truth. The situation is not good. If this violent ape calms down, he can indeed make a small breakthrough in 7 to 8 days. This is simply unbelievable. Now, he is already at the 7th level of the Universe Supreme Master. 3 more small breakthroughs, and he will enter the Primordial Supreme Master realm. At that time, if he performs the Blood Sea secret technique and activates the power of his doppelgangers, he will form 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers of the Primordial Supreme Master realm. At that time, it will be difficult for us to trap him. We can't let him break through again. This time, let's end a grand perfection stage 9 half-step almighty. Do you think this violent ape is so stupid? Isn't he just looking for trouble? We've already suffered 2 small losses before. If we do it a 3rd time, I'm afraid it will arouse his suspicion and raise his vigilance. What's more, in the previous battle, he was badly beaten by Black Venerable. This time, he has just come out of seclusion, and he is so excited that he wants to fight Black Venerable. If we send someone else, will he agree? Black Venerable, how about another battle? As long as you are alert and avoid his big-headed black stick, this violent ape can't do anything to you. After stabilizing yourself, think of a way to provoke him. Find the best time to injure him severely with 1 blow. Okay, then let's have another battle. Finally, the big black bug had no choice but to agree to this battle. However, listening to the voice of his consciousness, it was obvious that he was not very interested. That was indeed the case. The big black bug had a bad feeling about the upcoming 3rd battle, but it could not explain why. He was still quite wary of the big-headed black stick in Yixian's hand. It could even be said that he was terrified. After all, at the beginning of the battle, the big black bug was caught off guard and was hit on the back by the big-headed black stick. He immediately let out a shrill howl, which showed how painful it was. The reason why he wasn't hit by the big-headed black cudgel again was simply because he was a level 8 supreme. As for the ferocious ape, even with his 60-million-mile-long body and the help of his level 1 power, he was only a level 7 universe supreme. The black bug was relying on the advantage of this level of cultivation to increase its speed and avoid the big-headed black stick time and time again. But now, Bao Yuan's cultivation had broken through 1 level and similarly possessed a level 8 battle prowess. As a result, the advantage of the big black bug's speed was evened out. Under such circumstances, in the upcoming battle, the possibility of him once again tasting the killing power of the big-headed black stick had instantly skyrocketed by a large margin. It was possible. He really didn't want to accept this battle, but it was just as the other 11 formidable existences had said. That violent ape already bore a grudge against him, so if someone else entered the arena, not only would it arouse suspicion, it was utterly impossible for it to agree. As such, he could only brace himself and do it. Although the two's cultivation levels were almost evened out, and the big black bug's speed advantage was no longer there, after all, his body was only about 10 million mile long. Compared to the 60 million mile long Bao Yuan, he was, after all, much slimmer. In terms of agility, he could still make a big fuss. Just be careful. As long as he was careful, it wouldn't be too difficult to dodge that big-headed black stick, As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the big black bug immediately shot forward. As for the other 11 balls of light, they remained in the distant void space 1 billion miles away. This time, perhaps because he wasn't in the mood, the big black bug didn't even say a word the moment he came up. His entire body transformed into a flash of light and directly crashed toward the ferocious ape. Of course, this attack was just a feint. He held back 10% of his strength and was prepared to immediately retreat and change his direction as long as his opponent swung the big-headed black stick down. Howl! Damned worm, I'm going to blast you to pieces this time. Seeing that the opponent had already rushed over, a cold light flashed in the ferocious ape's eyes. After raising his head and roaring, he immediately rushed forward. The big-headed black stick in his hand was even more impatiently raised high and smashed directly at the big black bug that was rushing over. In an instant, the big black bug's heart was alerted. Without hesitation, he immediately withdrew his momentum. Even the 10% of his strength that he held back was instantly activated. The entire huge body of 10 million miles instantly drew an arc in the void and perfectly avoided the big-headed black stick that was about to smash down. You're quite clever, but it's a pity that this Star-Lord is not so easily fooled. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian's voice sounded. The big-headed black stick that was about to smash down actually changed its direction with great dexterity. It drew a perfect arc and followed behind the big black bug. In an instant, it smashed into the back of the big black bug's head. Awoo! Chapter 45-72. As the big black bug let out an incomparably shrill howl, the curtains of the third battle finally opened. The two of them had just met, and in the first round, the big black bug had already been hit, and a small dent had been smashed into the back of its head. This scene was far beyond the expectations of the beings hibernating in the 11 light spheres in the distant void space. Everyone was stunned. Their jaws dropped. However, Yi Xian had already expected this, and it could even be said that he had a card up his sleeve. On the surface, his current combat power was indeed the same as the big black bug, only at the 8th level of the universe supreme level. However, in reality, Yi Xian had concealed 1 level of cultivation power. However, what he had concealed was only his power and the aura of his consciousness. He did not need to conceal his reaction speed and other abilities that belonged to a 9th level supreme level master, because these things could not be seen through. Therefore, although the big black bug was slimmer than him and seemed to be more agile, in reality, Yi Xian's reaction speed was faster than his. It could be said that as long as Yi Xian was willing, he could effortlessly smash the big black bug into pieces in every subsequent round until he killed it right there and then. However, he obviously would not do so. On one hand, if he really did so, the next 2 battles would most likely fall through because of this, and the beings hibernating in the 11 light spheres in the distant void space would definitely become suspicious. On the other hand, Yi Xian's real purpose in initiating the third battle was to use an intense battle to his heart's content to digest the gains from the previous breakthrough and quickly welcome the opportunity to break through again. If he directly smashed his big-headed black stick every time and suppressed his opponent every time, although it would also have the effect of tempering his body because of the surging energy in his body, it would not be so obvious. If he had not completely digested the gains from the previous breakthrough, and the opportunity to break through again had not arrived yet, and he had already accidentally smashed this big black bug into pieces, then it would simply make people speechless. The battle continued. Yi Xian did not use his big-headed black stick all the time. More often than not, he deliberately let the big-headed black stick miss and then followed up with a punch, colliding fiercely with the big black bug. In order to ensure that this fellow would not become more and more disheartened and eventually give up the battle and run away, Yi Xian would deliberately leave a loophole and let the other party hit him once or twice. After all, this kind of sparring partner was hard to come by. Wanting the horse to run and not giving it grass to eat was absolutely impossible. This battle continued in such a tone. Slowly, as Yi Xian occasionally got hit once or twice, and in addition to the number of times he got hit by the big-headed black stick, it did not seem to be as frequent as he expected. Therefore, from the beginning of this battle, the big black bug, which had been somewhat alarmed, finally calmed down. It slowly calmed down and dealt with Yi Xian, dealing with him while waiting for the opportunity to launch a thunderous attack. Unfortunately, this opportunity was obviously not going to be given to him by Yi Xian. This time, after only a day and a half of battle, Yi Xian had completely digested the gains from the previous breakthrough, fully integrating them into his body and soul. The opportunity to break through again had finally arrived. In his ecstasy, Yi Xian immediately lost interest in this battle. After all, the purpose of this battle had been achieved, and there was no meaning in continuing. Boom! Taking advantage of the opponent's inattention, Ba Yuan suddenly turned around, and the big-headed black stick's speed instantly increased by 30%. In the blink of an eye, it once again smashed into the back of the big black bug's head. This time, Yi Xian pushed the strength of his body's qi and blood, as well as the inner qi in his body, to the extreme, and even used a part of his hidden cultivation. After all, it was just a quick strike, and in addition, his divine sense did not change, and the aura of the pressure emitted from his body did not change, so he was not worried at all about being seen by the powerful existences in the 11 balls of light hibernating in the void in the distance. A clue. But the big black bug, who had endured the power of this stick as the target of Yi Xian's powerful blow, was completely different. His expression changed greatly in an instant, because the power of this blow was definitely not something that could be displayed by a rank 8 supreme, and was infinitely close to that of a rank 9 supreme. At this moment, the big black bug finally understood where the bad feeling in his heart came from. As a powerful late-stage supreme, his divine sense was naturally extremely sharp, and for some important things closely related to him, such as life and death crises, he generally had a strong sixth sense like that of ordinary creatures. Unfortunately, everything that had happened before had successfully confused the big black bug. Although there was a warning in his heart, he did not pay attention to it at all. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Bang. His expression changed greatly, and the big black bug's divine sense voice only transmitted one word, and the mournful howl in his mouth was extremely short. Before he could finish his howl, his huge body instantly exploded into a black mist of blood. Whoosh! Time was of the essence, and Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand at the first moment, and in an instant, an invisible suction force was emitted, and the majestic blood mist that had just dispersed was directly absorbed into his body. Then, he swung the big-headed black stick in his hand, raised his head and shouted, "Good treasure, the instantaneous power is really amazing." Then, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he swept to the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. The reason why he had let out such a howl at the end was naturally to conceal his terrifying battle prowess at the last moment when he had suddenly exploded the big black bug with a single strike of his stick. He had pushed all of this onto the instant explosive power hidden within the big-headed black stick, which was naturally incomparably perfect. It was a primordial treasure that was compatible with the Shenong cauldron. After reaching the mouth of the cauldron, Yi Xian did not stop, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared and directly entered the space inside the cauldron. At this point, the number of supreme blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached a total of 10, and the one he had just obtained was a supreme blood essence between the 8th rank, infinitely close to the 9th rank of the best. Until this moment, when Yi Xian's figure disappeared from the mouth of the cauldron and entered the space inside the cauldron, in the 11 light clusters in the outer space of the universe a billion miles away, there suddenly came a series of shocked exclamations. What? Black Venerable actually fell? What happened in that instant? Damn it, this violent ape is not as stupid as we thought. He has been waiting for an opportunity to make a move. It turns out that the big-headed black stick transformed from the Shenong medicinal pestle has such a killing ability. Chapter 4573. Careless. This time, Black Venerable was really too careless. He actually made us miss a good opportunity again. His own realm is clearly only at the 7th Order Universe Supreme Master, but because of the First Order enhancement of the boundless vitality in his huge body, he has a powerful battle strength comparable to an 8th Order Supreme Master. Moreover, because of the big-headed black rod in his hand, he was able to catch the opportunity. He was caught off guard and killed an 8th Order Supreme Master. It seems that if we want to take down this violent ape, we can only send out a 9th Order Supreme Master. I just don't know if we will have the chance. It shouldn't be a problem. This violent ape lost 2 rounds in a row before, and now that its scheme succeeded in the 3rd round, it vented the hatred in its heart and even obtained an additional supreme blood essence. Under such circumstances, it's feeling complacent in its heart, and most likely still wants to continue. That's right, he can even kill a sovereign of the 8th step. Bao Yuan's confidence is currently inflated. In the next battle, even if we send out a sovereign of the 9th step, he most likely won't have too much resistance. Fellow Taoists, this is most likely the last chance. The one to fight must be a senior 9th Order Supreme Master. I came. This time, I must take him down in one fell swoop. Roar! Shinnong Cauldron, inside the cauldron. Swish! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. The violent ape, which had already shrunk to a height of only 3 meters, appeared in the sky and landed at the edge of the central domain volcano. This time, he instantly attacked and killed the big black bug, which would definitely shock the existences hibernating in the 11 balls of light in the distant void. It was hard to predict whether they would become suspicious because of this. Therefore, after entering the cauldron, Yixian did not immediately break through. Instead, he activated the domain of the Shinnong cauldron and secretly listened to the voice of the divine sense in the void outside the cauldron. Very quickly, the exclamations of the 11 powerful existences were clearly transmitted into Yixian's ears, causing him to calm down. After this breakthrough, I only need to fight one more battle, and that will be enough. Now, it seems that there is basically no problem. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yixian immediately sat down cross-legged on the side of the volcano in the central region. However, I have to hurry up. I can't let them know that I have broken through another level of cultivation. Otherwise, this battle will be in vain. Swish, swish, swish. With that said, he waved his hand without hesitation. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, streaks of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Without the slightest hesitation, Yixian immediately activated the power of the Shinnong Cauldron's domain. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala! The nascent soul fist ball formed by the cultivation resources melted as soon as it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic energy river. Within Yixian's body, the sound of chains rattling could be heard everywhere. This time, there was only one shackle that appeared, but Yixian did not care about it. He immediately focused his attention and activated the energy river that had just formed in his body with all his might. It began to circulate in all the meridians in his body. This battle was also extremely intense, even more intense than the previous battle. Therefore, it only took 2 days for the energy river that had formed in Yixian's body to be completely refined. Following that, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already broken with a sound. When this shackle was completely broken, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yixian's mind very quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, Level 8 Universe Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, Level 8 Universe Master. The 8th level of the Cosmic Lord realm was only a single level away from the 9th level's Great Circle. In other words, the current Yixian was only 1 level away from swallowing a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. This was definitely exciting. Previously, Yixian's true body's cultivation base was at the 7th level of the Eternity Lord realm, and after activating the power of the ancient Devil Ape's bloodline within his body, he was able to climb to the 8th level of the Eternity Lord realm. If he were to use the 9 Devil Ape transformations again and reach the 9th transformation, his battle prowess would immediately soar to the 8th level of the Universe Supreme Realm. Level 8. If he added the majestic energy and blood in his body, his true battle power would be comparable to a Level 9 Universe Supreme Master. And this time, Following his successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly have the power of a level 9 completion universe master after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 changes of demon ape and entered level 9, his peak battle power would be comparable to a level 9 completion universe supreme master. Furthermore, if one were to include the 60 million kilometer wide body, the boundless power of blood and qi would add a level of enhancement to his true combat strength. In that case, the current Yi Xian's strongest battle prowess was already close to the first level of the primordial era. Even if it was because of the crossing of a large realm, the strength of the flesh and blood would be reduced by this level of battle prowess, it would still be far from enough. It was not comparable to an ordinary half-step great being. He was definitely infinitely close to that of a primordial great being. Finally, only one level away? Moreover, this breakthrough only took 2 days. After calming himself down, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he subconsciously clenched his fists. As long as we complete another great battle and swallow a level 27 supreme treasure pill, our cultivation will be able to officially step into the supreme realm of the universe. It will come immediately. Once I enter the level of Universe Supreme Master, my cultivation and strength will be comparable to that of a level 2 primordial great being under the 9th change of the bloodline power of the 9 changes of Demon Ape bloodline. With the addition of the energy in my huge body, my final battle power will be comparable to that of a level 3 primordial great being. Comparable to that of a primordial great being. If I activate the Blood Sea secret technique and display the power of my body, I will be able to form 3 Blood Sea bodies of the same level in an instant. With this, the current predicament will be resolved instantly. Who knows, I might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to kill a few more Universe Supremes before I leave. This way, I will have enough Supreme Blood Essence to make the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. There will be no need to continue hunting, hence, this battle is of utmost importance. I cannot let those 11 fellows have any doubts. At this point, Yi Xian immediately stood up and let out a long breath. This way, after I leave the space within the cauldron, it will be best to maintain my cultivation and strength at the level of a level 7 Universe Supreme Master. Chapter 4574. Outside the Farmer God Cauldron, in the void space of the universe. 2 days had passed, but the violent ape, who had entered the space inside the cauldron, had yet to appear. This made the powerful beings in the 11 light groups, who were watching from a distance of 1 billion miles, all worried. After patiently waiting for 2 days, the 11 powerful existences once again began to communicate with each other using their divine senses. They began to discuss in secret, "What should we do? It's been 2 days and he still hasn't come out. This isn't a good sign." That's right. If I'm not mistaken, he's most likely in seclusion. If that's the case, the moment he comes out, his power will soar again. He'll reach the 8th level of the Universe Supreme level, and his physical body and blood energy will be at the 1st level of the Universe Supreme level. His physical strength will reach the 9th level of perfection. If that's the case, even if we send a 9th level great being into battle, I'm afraid it will be difficult to capture him. After all, the violent ape still has a powerful big-headed black stick in his hand, which can be used to deal a fatal blow at the critical moment. We can only wait. If this violent ape appears within 3 days, then we will act according to the previous plan. If he doesn't appear after 3 days, then he must be in the midst of a breakthrough. Once the violent ape appears, we can only make other plans. Howl! You bunch of old bastards, why are you still waiting here? Right at this moment, in the center of the void space that was surrounded, a figure suddenly appeared at the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron, which was as huge as a star. He raised his head and roared angrily. His words were full of provocation and pride. 12 powerful beings, whose cultivation level is higher than this Star Master's, actually fell under such circumstances. How embarrassing! If this Star Master was you, he would have covered his face and fled in embarrassment. How could he still have the face to stay here? These words were too harsh, and they hit the sore spot of the 11 powerful beings. However, when they saw the violent ape finally appear, they suddenly felt relieved. Their hearts, which were hanging in their throats, instantly fell by half. It had only been 2 days. This violent ape definitely couldn't have been in seclusion and successfully broken through the first level of cultivation. In other words, as long as they could persuade him to arrange another battle, then the previously agreed-upon plan could be carried out smoothly. This time, they were going to send a senior 9th stage supreme martial artist who had been in this realm for hundreds of years. With him taking action, as long as they were careful and waited for the right time, the probability of successfully capturing the violent ape was still very high. With this thought in mind, although the hibernating existences in the 11 light clusters were angry, they could only endure it. The 4 powerful remote antiquity powerful figures still didn't say anything. They deliberately looked indifferent, as if they had won the battle against the violent ape just now. He even killed his opponent with disdain. As for the other 7 universe supreme masters, they were secretly clenching their teeth. While their hearts were filled with resentment, they sent out voice transmissions one after another. They wanted to use this opportunity to infuriate the raging ape again so that the upcoming 4th battle would become a reality. Bao Yuan, do you know what your current expression and tone is like? This is what happens when a villain gets his way. That's right. In the previous battle, Black Master was careless and underestimated the enemy. In addition, you deliberately concealed the powerful power of the Shenong medicinal pestle and launched a sudden attack. That's why you overturned the boat in the gutter. It doesn't mean anything. Now, the big-headed black stick in your hand has been exposed, and your trump card is useless. If we fight again, we'll definitely capture you on the spot. Forget it. Go back to the space inside the cauldron. I think you won't dare to fight again. It's not easy to plot a plot to regain some face. If you're immediately beaten up again, it'll be even more humiliating. Go back to the space inside the cauldron and be a coward. At the same time, wash your neck and wait for your death slowly. We have a good plan to deal with you. Soon, we'll break the domain power of the treasured cauldron, kill our way into the space inside the cauldron, and capture you. When the time comes, we'll definitely torture you into a real coward. How? You're talking big. Since you want to die, just come at me. The 7 late-stage supreme beings spoke one after another, and all of their voices were extremely harsh and unpleasant to the ears. The Bao ape was finally enraged again, and it stood up from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. After raising his head and letting out a shocking roar, he flipped his right hand, and the fierce big-headed black stick appeared in his hand again in an instant. For a time, endless murderous intent surged out from the violent ape's body. At a glance, it was really a bit of an insufferably domineering aura. Come on, don't come to deliver food to the 7th stage Supreme Master. I don't feel anything even if I torture you. Here, I specialize in killing the 8th stage Supreme Master. No matter who comes up, I'll just kill another one. This result was different from the expectations of the hibernating existence in the 11 light clusters. If only the 8th stage Supreme Master came up, the result of the 4th battle would be regrettable. Of course, they didn't know that Yi Xian said this on purpose. The purpose was to avoid arousing the suspicion of these old guys as much as possible. After all, Yi Xian really valued the upcoming 4th battle too much. It was of great importance. No matter what, he had to work hard to win it. At this moment, as the violent ape clamored to challenge the 8th stage Supreme Master again, the mocking and disdainful voices of the 7 late-stage Supreme Masters rang out again in an instant. Ha! What a joke! Pretending to be so insufferably arrogant, looking like a tyrant, but in the end, didn't he reveal his true colors with just one sentence? That's right, this is clearly a perfect portrayal of a coward in appearance. Only daring to challenge the 8th stage Supreme Master? After all this fuss, it turns out that you're just a coward. Bao Yuan, don't even think about the 8th stage Supreme Master. You've already killed one just now. Although it was just an accident, and sending another one up won't cause the same situation, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to torture you to the point where you want to die. If that's the case, it's meaningless to us. If we want to fight, we'll send a 9th stage Supreme Master up. We'll definitely torture you to the point where you want to die. Only then will this battle be interesting. Unfortunately, looking at your cowardly appearance, I guess you don't dare to fight. Since that's the case, Then don't continue to pretend to be a wolf with a big tail. Scram back to the space inside the treasure cauldron and be a coward. Roar. Roar. This time, the words were even more unpleasant, and they were said so seriously. The fury of the violent ape was clearly burning. Chapter 45-75. He's been fooled. This ape is indeed too frivolous. He's not calm enough. Maybe it's because his power has skyrocketed in such a short time. He's a little arrogant. He's been fooled. This is our best chance, our only chance. This time we must capture him. There should be no problem. Even with his 60 million mile-long body and the tremendous power of his blood and vital energy, this raging ape only has the power of a level 8 universe master. He's definitely not a match for a level 9 supreme master. What's more, Donkey Sr. has been a 9th tier supreme for hundreds of years. He's not far from the true primordial era. Crushing him won't be a problem. After so long, this battle is finally over. Donkey Sr., you must be careful. Don't be too aggressive. Wait for the right opportunity to strike. This is our last chance. Ooh. As Yi Xian rushed out of the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with a 9-colored fog, the 11 powerful existences within the 11 balls of light that surrounded them instantly communicated with each other using their divine senses. This time, all of them seemed to be extremely excited, and their voices were filled with deep anticipation. Before the conversation had even ended, a cluster of light rushed toward the Shenong cauldron from the right side of the universe. The other 10 clusters of light remained in the void a billion miles away from the Shenong cauldron. At the most critical moment, they didn't dare to make any excessive moves. They were very careful so as not to provoke this enraged ape and cause all their previous efforts to be in vain. The light sphere was gray in color, and strange whistling sounds came from it. At this moment, as he rushed out, the light sphere that shrouded him quickly dissipated and was absorbed into his body. The next moment, a 10 million mile long yellow-eared gray donkey appeared in the void, which made the ape's eyes drop. After being stunned for half a second, he put the big-headed black stick on his shoulder and held his stomach with the other hand and laughed wildly. As he laughed wildly, a mocking divine sense voice could be heard. "Ha, donkey? What a stubborn donkey! Moreover, your ears are still damaged. I say, you're already a 9th order venerable, a half-step almighty existence. Even if your ears are damaged, can't you fix them?" 7-eared gray donkey. This time, the one this star wants to kill is actually a 7-eared gray donkey. What a joke, huh? Who? Huff, what was so funny about the violent ape? Shut the hell up for me. Ooh, he had just come up, and before he could even make a move, he was actually ridiculed like this by the other party. Moreover, this violent ape was still seething with anger just a moment ago. Who would have thought that it would struggle free from its rage in an instant? It was clearly looking down on him. Especially from the tone of his words, it clearly didn't seem like he was trying to provoke him on purpose. That was what this guy was thinking from the start. He actually really thought that way. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the long-eared gray donkey was instantly enraged. He had been a 9th order universe supreme being for hundreds of years and was a senior half-step supreme being. He was usually high and mighty, so when had anyone dared to behave like this in front of him? Today, the heavens were being looked down upon by a nouveau riche who had never seen the world. To him, this was absolutely intolerable. First, blood rushed to his brain, and the long-eared gray donkey immediately raised his head and roared. He was obviously a gray donkey, but at the end, he let out a wolf's howl, which showed how furious he was in his heart. Howl! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the violent ape swayed his body and charged directly in front of the long-eared gray donkey. He didn't even use the big-headed black stick because he was worried that if he used the big-headed black stick right from the start, he would hit the long-eared gray donkey until he was dizzy and scared off in the end. That wouldn't be good. This time, the violent ape only threw a punch, and his strength was maintained at 8th order universe supreme being. However, it was a solid hit, and the long-eared gray donkey's huge body, which was millions of miles long, was sent flying backward in an instant. Oh, violent ape, you sneak attack! The long-eared gray donkey howled in agony as his body flew backward for more than 100 million miles. He was in so much pain that he bared his teeth, and in an instant, a pair of extremely conspicuous front teeth were exposed. Ha! What did this star master see? A pair of huge front teeth the size of a shooting star. Isn't this too bulging? But this is good too. After all, there is a bit of a defensive effect. If a shooting star were to fly in front of him, the first thing to hit should be this pair of bulging front teeth. His face should be safe and sound. Speaking of this pair of huge front teeth, the violent ape started to laugh again, and this time he was laughing so hard that he was holding his stomach. Ooh, violent ape, you are too much of a bully. I was born like this and no one has ever laughed at me. Why is it that when it comes from your mouth, it sounds so harsh? I will definitely kill you. The long-eared gray donkey was completely enraged this time. He raised his 4 hooves, and without any order, he tilted his head and charged toward the violent ape. Awoo! The figure of the ferocious ape swayed and changed its position in an instant. Then, it threw a punch at the lower abdomen of the way-eared gray donkey. The way-eared gray donkey was sent flying like a meteor. Wolf, the long-eared gray donkey, howled again. Tight then came the violent ape's extremely arrogant clamor. Boring, boring, so what if you are a 9th stage supreme? It shouldn't be a donkey. Your combat strength is too weak. I can't even feel it when I abuse you. Seeing this scene, the powerful existences in the 10 light clusters a billion miles away were completely dumbfounded and collectively lost their voices. They were talking well just now, but they didn't understand why the long-eared gray donkey's attitude changed so much as soon as the battle started. Short after a moment of silence, the 10 light clusters finally transmitted the voice of the divine sense again. It was the 10 powerful existences that were hibernating in the light clusters, reminding the long-eared gray donkey. Donkey, revered donkey, don't be fooled. This violent ape knows that he is not your opponent, so he is using our old method to provoke you. Moreover, he seems to have succeeded. You're already on the verge of going berserk. If you still don't wake up, I'm afraid the final result of this battle will be the same as revered He. At that time, none of us will be able to save you. Wake up immediately. Who, reminded by these words, the long-eared gray donkey, who had long been blinded by anger and was only a hair's breadth away from going berserk, finally broke free from his anger. Looking up after a long roar, the long-eared black donkey's figure flashed, raised his left front hoof, and kicked the violent ape in the void in front of him. Same as Chapter 4576. Hong! A deafening roar reverberated in the sky as Bao Yuan's gigantic body flew backward like a shooting star. This blow sent Bao Yuan 200 million miles away as he spat out blood. After all, the power he displayed was only that of a level 8 Universe Supreme. Although the winged gray donkey looked a little ugly, he was a senior half-step Supreme who had been a level 9 Supreme for many years. First, previously, he was only agitated and confused. Now that he had calmed down, it was reasonable that Bao Yuan was no match for him. That's great. Again. Howl. After stabilizing his body, Bao Yuan raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After raising his head and roaring, he rushed over with the big-headed black stick. There was a reason why the winged gray donkey didn't chase after him. What? He didn't want to be too aggressive. If he pushed too hard, it would be bad if Bao Yuan fled. He had to wait for an opportunity to make a move. He had to find the best opportunity to make a move, and then he would strike like a thunderbolt and capture this violent ape in one fell swoop. Another. On one hand, he was wary of the big-headed black stick in Bao Yuan's hand. The scene of the black bug, who was a level 8 Universe Supreme, being killed by this black stick was still fresh in his mind. Although its strength was a level higher than that of the big black bug, if it was hit by an attack of the same level, even if it did not die on the spot, it would at least be heavily injured. This was definitely not what the winged gray donkey wanted to see. At this moment, after seeing that the violent ape was injured, the first thing he did was to rush over with this ferocious and awe-inspiring big-headed black stick, as if he was vowing to take revenge. The gray-eared donkey immediately became vigilant. It immediately stabilized its body, paused for a moment, and then charged forward once more. In the next moment, the big-headed black stick in Bao Yuan's hand disappeared. When it reappeared, it was behind his head. Without any hesitation, it smashed down hard, howl. On the back of the long-eared gray donkey's head, there was a shocking bulge in an instant. It let out a miserable howl like a wolf as it rolled to the right side of the void to avoid the attack. At this moment, his voice was transmitted with a strong sense of unwillingness. What is this? This big-headed black stick can penetrate space and attack? Why haven't I seen you use it like this before? There are many more big-headed black sticks that you haven't seen. I'll let you taste them all. After his attack succeeded, Bao Yuan raised his hand and the big-headed black stick instantly appeared in his hand. Subsequently, his figure swayed and directly disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already behind the long-eared gray donkey. He raised his leg and directly kicked the donkey's back. Caught off guard, the way-eared gray donkey simply couldn't dodge in time. Its huge body flew forward like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground in midair before being bitten to death. The great battle continued like this. Unknowingly, a day had passed. At this moment, the gains from Yi Xian's previous breakthrough were finally completely digested and perfectly fused into his body and soul. The opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and the big-headed black stick disappeared from his hand. Seeing this scene, the winged gray donkey, who was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, felt a strong sense of alarm. This move was too shocking. It was impossible to guard against, and it made him very afraid. But, unfortunately, his reaction speed was still a bit too slow. Just as he was about to move to the side and use the lazy donkey's rolling move to dodge, the big-headed black rod that had disappeared from Yi Xian's hand had already arrived behind his head in an instant. It was heavy and fierce, smashing down in an instant. The winged gray donkey only managed to let out half a long howl before his huge body completely exploded, turning into a cloud of blood and dying. At the last moment, Yi Xian had used a little of the power he had restrained, and it was only applied to the big-headed black stick. Whether it was the power of his spiritual sense or the aura of his cultivation, there was no change. The powerful existences in the 10 balls of light that were hibernating in the void of the outerverse billions of kilometers away could not detect any abnormalities at all. Only the winged gray donkey, who was hit by this attack, instantly understood. It turned out that this violent ape had been concealing his strength all this time. The power of this attack was clearly infinitely close to that of a real Desolate-era expert. But, unfortunately, he realized it too late. Before his spiritual sense could warn him, his entire body, including his spirit, had completely exploded. Whoosh! After killing his opponent with one blow, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately waved his hand, and the big-headed black stick hundreds of millions of kilometers away immediately gathered the boundless blood and qi that had scattered in all directions and was directly absorbed into Yi Xian's body. At this point, he had a total of 11 sovereign blood essences in his possession. Among them, there were even 2 sovereign blood essences in the later stages of the sovereign realm. Among these 2, there was even 1 sovereign blood essence of the sovereign realm at the peak of the 9th stage. After doing all this, Yi Xian's body shook and directly shrunk to the size of only 3 meters. He directly went to the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog and disappeared, entering the space inside the cauldron. At this moment, in the 10 balls of light that were hundreds of millions of kilometers away in the void, there suddenly came a series of horrified exclamations. What happened? Donkey Master actually died? Damn it, this violent ape is too cunning. The big-headed black stick in his hand actually has the ability to attack through space, and this time, when he was performing this space manipulation technique, he actually activated that kind of all-out explosive power at the same time. With the combination of the two, the power of this attack can be said to be terrifying, and it hit the back of Donkey Master's head. The sneak attack was a success in an instant. It's over, he successfully hunted down another Supreme Stage fellow Taoist. At this moment, Yi Xian was completely too lazy to pay attention to everything that was happening outside the cauldron. Inside, after entering the space inside the cauldron, at this moment, the only thought in his mind was to immediately shut himself away and start a breakthrough. He had to push his cultivation strength to the peak of the 9th level of Universe Supreme first. He has been waiting for this day for far, far too long. Show. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. The violent ape, who had shrunk to only 3 meters tall, appeared in the sky and landed on the edge of the volcano in the central domain. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian immediately sat down cross-legged on the side of the volcano in the central domain. Shio, with a wave of his hand, along with a faint sound of breaking through the air, streaks of light suddenly shot out and suspended in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the domain power of the Farmer God Cauldron and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. He waved his hand and swallowed them into his stomach.